I'd like to call the April 24th, 2023 agenda review meeting to order. Ms. Spruill, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Wildebohr,
Present.
Ms. Bradford,
I am here.
Ms. Barnhart,
Here.
Ms. Craybill,
Here.
Ms. Mason,
Here.
Mr. McManus,
Present.
and Ms. Walker.
Here.
If you would please stand and join me in the invocation.
My name is Jason Baisden, and I'm one of the pastors here at Life Point Church. Thank you for allowing me to offer your invocation this morning. Father, we just thank you right now that you are in the midst of everything that we can and will do. We just ask that your spirit be present and available. Thank you that we can call on you as God to order all things that will be said today and talked about. I ask that there would be support in the room and that there would also be encouragement and strength. Lord, we just thank you that you are available whenever we ask for you. And we ask for your presence today. For those that may come in weighted or heavy-hearted or distracted, I just ask that you would minister to them now in the name of Jesus. We thank you that you are God of all things and you can be God of this discussion and that it can be profitable and productive for all that are listening and that it will go on to be a great meeting and good things decided and everyone would leave feeling productive and ready to go about the rest of their day. So God, we thank you. We say all this in your mighty name. Amen.
Amen. I've asked Ms. Mason to lead the pledge, and she's also going to sign it for us. Pretty cool.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, Ms. Mason. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Ms. Bradford made the motion. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Second. W. We have a first and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. The next thing on our agenda is legal service presentation.
Mr. Wildebohr, can
I believe
I don't
we
know how to
start-
get your attention. So, should I be raising my hand
Sorry?
on the voice, or should I just blurt out?
Ms. Walker, Ms. Craybill?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. May I suggest that since you have two of us on the Zoom, that we take all of our votes by roll call to make sure that Josie and I are heard?
Absolutely. And we
Thank
can
you.
do that again. If you wouldn't mind, Ms. Bowie, for the approve of the agenda.
No, I'm good with that one, but that
You're
made
good
me
with that
start
one?
thinking
Okay.
you may not hear us.
All right, fine. We'll go ahead and do that. Absolutely. Our next order of business again is legal services presentation. I believe our first group is paper here in front of
Poyner
me?
Spruill.
Poyner Spruill. You have the representation?
So I'm not sure what's happened, but we don't have representation from any of the three.
Did they go to
firms
some the wrong office maybe?
Here with us today. So I'm not exactly sure.
Could they be at the other buildings?
I wasn't sure you were presenting, so I thought, so.
I am here.
So the email went out, so, I'm not sure why the other firms are not present.
Did they not
Do you
confirm?
have confirmation that they've received? I did, yeah.
Are they coming to this building or Carolina Beach Road or over there?
Are they on Zoom?
There's some people on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
These are two of my colleagues who are joining virtually.
Ms. Sutton, if you want to share with everybody, as maybe we'll take a minute to go through the paperwork that you provided for us here, so we have that.
Mr. Chairman,
I'll be glad to do that. So in the,
One second, yes, ma'am?
could we, in the meantime, could we maybe call them and say, are you on your way or something? Do we have contacts for them?
Poyner Spruill, yeah.
Thank you.
yes, we will do that. Thank you.
Okay.
I've provided at your seat a copy of the proposals that were submitted, along with the rubric that the committee used when they were reviewing the proposals. So if you like, please feel free to use those to make your notes as you go through the presentations. We're not, today is just for the presentations, and then we'll actually come back next week and request approval of one of the firms that you hear here today, or that submitted proposals for us. So that's going to be the procedures or the process going forward after today. Are there any questions about that? Okay.
You, everybody online, Ms. Craybill, Ms. Barnhart, are you good with that? Did you hear
Good with that.
Okay, very good. Okay,
And can I just add, I will say, I do have copies for those that are not here with us today, so I'll be glad to get that information out to the board members that are joining us through Zoom.
Yeah, so that was my question. The handouts that are there, should we just come down and get them tomorrow?
Yeah, that would be great if you could do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
and I would suggest that at this point, since we don't have, unless, I'd hate to have him start and then nobody else, why don't we go on to the next portion of our agenda, and then as soon as we have, I guess, the first representation show up, then we will go. Unless,
Okay.
whoever you'd like to start.
But it's at the board's discretion. I'm happy to go now.
I'd rather keep them all
My colleagues are
together.
available on the phone.
You'd rather keep them all together? Okay, well, let's at least start the rest of our agenda, and then we'll come back to that if that's okay with the rest of the board. So the rest of our agenda is actually going through the agenda for the agenda meeting. We'll actually go through the agenda. And again, this is the time if you have any questions or concerns or anything along those lines, we can go ahead and add that. So we have that in front of us. The May meeting will be on the 2nd. Of course, we'll open with a call to order, roll call, approval agenda 5 minutes, a moment of reflection, invocation, presentation of colors. Do we know who's doing that yet? Lane, okay, very good. Thank you. National anthem,
National anthem, they are currently working that out.
okay. TBA, very good, thank you. Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. McManus, would you lead that for us?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Recognition and introductions. Will we have any administrative introductions, sir? Sir.
Right now, I think there may be one.
One, okay.
I'll check, I'm sorry.
Great. Approve the amendment, student voice? Yes, good. All right, very good, check. Student, superintendent's report, at least 15 minutes.
I'll talk fast.
Okay. I'll talk even faster, we'll go for another 5. Call the audience, will be a regular format at this point. We'll talk about that. Mr. McManus had requested a student discipline update. About how long do you need, there you are. I gotta find you. About how long do you think you would need for that?
It might be 20, 30 minutes.
Which would you prefer? You wanna go for 30, and if we go less, then everybody will be happy with you?
That sounds great.
30 minutes, very good. Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Chair, is that under information?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and you'll have to excuse me, what I'm looking at is what I printed out this morning before I left. So I may be a little bit behind in asking questions, and I can't see what's on the screen, so bear with me, thank you.
Not a problem, not a problem. Ms. Mason?
I'm not sure exactly where to put it, but I do want to add an announcement about the parent forum for the EC committee. Last time I got to do it, it wasn't until like 10:30, 11:30, something like that, and I want parents to actually be able to access it because I think it's going to be an excellent program. So I don't know if we can put it under information or where we would want to put it necessarily, but I feel like it needs to be earlier so that more parents can actually access it.
Okay.
Is anybody, I don't know if anybody has any
And
thoughts.
I spoke to Josh, and he said if you'll give him that information, he'll get it even more broadly put out for you in the community.
Yeah, well, I know that they've reached out to the communications
Yeah.
team
He's
already.
working on it.
Yeah, so they're, yeah. But to announce it, they asked that I announce it at the meeting. But is there, would I put it under information, or would there be someplace else that I would
Well,
put it?
typically we go under committee reports. and-
But that's so
and
late
so
in
late. Yeah.
We might get done in an hour this time, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
That would be great, but
Bring 'em over.
What I can do is
just
take-
in case.
I'll give you, remind me, I'll give you a little bit of my time.
Okay.
And then I'll just,
So,
Do
Mr.
that.
Chair,
yes, ma'am?
my memory's not working really well today, but in the policy committee meeting, we talked about changing the call to audience. Does that have to come back through this next meeting, and then we change the call to audience? Is that how it has to go?
We'd have to,
Okay,
the
all right.
committee, excuse me, the board would have to vote on it. So,
Could someone restate what Ms. Bradford, all I heard was call the audience, come through policy, come through now. Could someone restate that, please?
what she's, go ahead.
Ms. Crable, if you remember our policy committee meeting, we discussed call to audience, and I was just
Yes, I
asking
remember
when
that,
that would
yes.
be on the agenda.
Yes, I was just wondering, what did you just say? Is it going to go on this agenda? Or I didn't get that part.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Is it under policy amendments? So it would be-
Yes.
Yes, it would be, it's down there under policy amendments. Very good. So it won't change for
Correct.
this time, but it will change for next time.
If it gets passed.
So we have 30 minutes for the student discipline update. Then coming down to consensus items, Isaac Bear, early college, high school, MOU, or MOA, I guess. Polling places, use agreement. Any questions on any of this? So this is the time to ask those questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
the Isaac Bear, is this just a re-upping every year, what we normally do every year for Isaac Bear?
I believe so, but
Yes, ma'am.
yes.
This is a renewal of the current MOA.
Okay, and there's no changes?
There were some minor changes just to more accurately reflect what they're doing, but nothing substantial.
Good
So,
question.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
for Mr. Anderson, I read in the Isaac Bayer that it was a 3-year memorandum of agreement. Is that normal? Because a lot of our MOUs are only 1 year.
Most of the MOUs that I've dealt with on facilities have been multi-year.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
So then C is lease agreement and MOA for UNCW's DC Virgo Preparatory Academy. And actually, I just found something out that I'd like to share with the board. I think it's appropriate that we actually still keep up the facility of, I did not know that until the other day, but I found out. Mr. Benson shared with me that,
Yeah, that's always been our responsibility.
yep.
So there was one change regarding that.
Yes, sir.
In the previous lease agreement, there was a clause that identified major and moderate repair, and anything under, I believe the threshold was $100, was the UNCW's responsibility. Anything over that was our responsibility. But honestly, by the time both of us responded, looked at it, determined who's responsible for it, it was costing us both more than $100. So we're going to assume repairs just like we would on any other facility, and we adjusted the maintenance fee that they pay for that.
Okay.
So I think this will be much easier for everyone involved.
Thank you, sir. Award of contract for child nutrition services is next. Any questions
Can
on
we
that?
get some discussion on that? I mean, the whole point of this meeting was to have all of our discussion and questions so that then the other meeting didn't go till 11:30. And so, because I don't know anything about that one, can you talk about it for a minute, please?
So, yes, ma'am, we periodically will bid all of the child nutrition, the products and delivery. The current person that has that contract closed their Jacksonville distribution center, so they were not going to renew at the end of this year. So we had to rebid the milk purchase and delivery. And so we'll be providing Mayola, that was the only bidder that submitted a bid, which in this region of the state is not uncommon, and it's kind of what we expected.
So were you privileged to the questions that the 500 and some questions we had for the town hall? Did you see those?
I did.
A lot of them had to do with the food. Not a lot, but certainly a good percentage. How are we doing on that area? I mean, were those questions and comments, and were they on base, off base? Was it just the normal tirade of angry people, or?
I don't know about that. I'll tell you that a lot of the times when I get pictures, this is what my son had for lunch today, and there's one item, that's what that student chose to get. They can have many more items, and they're not showing the full menu. Our focus this year in particular has been expanding our menu options. We are somewhat limited in that, still fighting availability issues just held over from the pandemic. And but we are expanding our menus. We're trying to increase our participation rates, but we also have to follow the federal nutrition guidelines.
When you say increase our participation rates, what do you mean?
How many students are participating in purchasing meals through child nutrition and not bringing their own meals from home?
And where is that compared to last year, compared to 3 years ago? Where is that? Is it lower or higher or the same?
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to butt in for just a minute. I think this conversation, this is just about the MOU, right?
It is. Yes.
I don't know, ask Jason, maybe I'm wrong. But I think we're only supposed to be discussing the actual questions about the MOU, not about the whole child nutrition program.
Okay, I think the idea was that if we ask questions here, then we wouldn't need to ask as many on Tuesday evening into night. But
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I just didn't think that was the complete intent to go off into lots of discussion. But whatever, you decide.
So
in terms of, our participation is lower today than it was prior to the pandemic. And it's a little bit surprising because during the pandemic we had free meals and we were, participation. Once we went back to paid meals or free or reduced meals, participation rates dropped off. That's not unlike other school systems in the state and across the nation, though. Overall participation has dropped off. So, we're looking at different ways to get our participation rates back up. Really focused on the full meal as opposed to the a la carte sales.
And just to let everybody know, we had a power surge. So we are actually not streaming right now. So we'll have to take a moment or two break until we get back on.
Okay.
can I ask him another question?
Okay.
Yeah. If
We're taking a break, folks, just because we are offline right now.
So, Mr. Anderson, if we're going to approve an MOU, how would I answer the people in those
Wait a minute,
500
I thought we
questions?
were taking a break.
We're taking a break.
Pete just said, go ahead and ask the question.
It's
Y'all,
not public.
Pete is our chairman, okay?
We're at a break, so if you guys want to discuss it, you can. It's
So,
offline, but it's not.
how would I answer those people that asked me about the food service? We signed an MOU with a new company, so what would I tell them about their complaints?
mean, I don't know what the specific complaints are. You can forward those to
Yeah, we're in
me
recess.
or give me a call. I'll be glad to help
Well,
you answer those.
it was a big, thick thing of questions, and a lot of them had to do with food, and I just, I just want to
Some
be
of the-
responsible.
Some of the questions I get is, why are we serving particular things?
It's not official.
We're back up. Okay, we should have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You know, a good example,
Hang on, let me come over there.
Mr. Will,
Probably got to give us a chat.
Mr. Will.
Okay.
Best birthday to me.
We will carry on. Yeah, boy, I like that thing, it works. So the next, we are now on page 2. Letter E, 101, 3-year devices. Do we want to get a little more information about that?
I had a couple questions about that, actually.
Yeah.
She right there.
There she is, there she is.
I just wanted to clarify, I saw it said federal, is this related to the ESSER funding still?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other question I had is what, I saw it was middle school. Do you know like what the relative age of like the current devices and stuff are?
What they have now,
Yeah,
I'd have to find
Not
out
sure?
for you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a mixture.
okay. Just curious, thank you.
Questions? Any questions?
So
from-
the life expectancy on the ones we have now is what?
Typically 4 years.
And they've had them since?
I don't, that's why I've got to get information from you.
Question.
Because they have theirs, and then we got some high schools that were added to it, so it's a mixture, so I need to get that information.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Ms. Craybill or Ms. Barnhart, any questions?
Yeah, I had a question, so I'm not quite sure where we are on the agenda. Did you add something else to consensus items after letter D?
Yeah, we're actually on E, 1-on-1 3-year devices, excuse me, 1-on-1 year 3 devices.
Okay, thank you, that was not on the list when I printed it out, so
Okay, and then we
that makes
have
sense.
letter F, budget amendment. You wanna take-
Okay,
So this is a budget amendment related to some savings that we've had on a capital project. It was the Mary C. Williams design project. And so we had about $24,500 left in that project. And we're just asking or requesting approval to move that into a bond contingency line as the county has asked us to do in the past. And so once this is approved by the board, then we would carry this also to the county commissioners for their approval before we were to make this amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Yes,
What,
ma'am?
Thank
you
you.
said bond contingency line, what does that mean?
Whenever we have savings within the different projects that were part of that bond, we move it to contingency. So if another project goes over, we have somewhere to pull from, of course, with the county commissioner's permission.
Thank you.
Carrying on, if no other questions, letter G is the 2023-24 Alternative Schools Modified Accountability System Participation. Any questions on that?
okay, so
Ms.
I'm
Craybill?
going to have to reserve a question for that until the board meeting because
Okay.
I wasn't able to download that to read before this meeting.
Okay.
I apologize, but it wasn't up at 6.
We can definitely pull that out and discuss it further next Tuesday if you'd like.
Can we hear about it now?
Yeah, I might need to. But I might not. I might understand it
If you want.
perfectly well once I read it.
Ms. Craybill, and it is actually the same process that we're in now. If you keep in mind, these 3 schools, Lake Forest, J.C. Rowe, and CRA, are considered alternative schools. So
Right.
each year we apply for their model. For example, Lake Forest and J.C. Rowe use option B. So 60% of their performance grade is based on growth, 20% is proficiency, and then 20% is consistency of students. So because they are alternative schools, we have to apply each year for them to be able to use this measurement of the way they are assessed. So it's the same thing we do every year, it's just we have to bring it to the board each year.
Right. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Mason.
So is there any funding associated with it related to it? It's just this accountability to?
It's just the
Okay.
accountability model. We can actually receive a waiver for those 2 schools because of that. CR Mosley is actually an alternative school too, but they use the normal model. But we still have to put them up there. So you're gonna see that when it comes. It's just the models that they how they're assessed by the end of the year.
Great. Thank you. Any other additional questions? If not, we'll carry on. The next section is policy consensus, 5 minutes. And that policy amendments there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't see any attachments to that, so I'm not prepared with any questions. I mean, do we?
They were attached later on in the
later on,
afternoon,
okay.
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't
Because
see
I was
that.
looking for them too.
And again,
They were
if we need
later.
to, we can pull things out next
Okay.
week for sure. That's new business is the ELA adoption.
and if it's okay, there were no attachments with this because we just share with the teachers and the principals the winners of the adoptions. Remember, and if I could just take a moment, Mr. Chair, just kind of, okay. So just to recall, we are adopting a new ELA adoption. And I actually have, I don't know, we actually have a presentation that I can share, but I can definitely hold it off too. It's just basically with the adoption process, we allowed our teachers to vote for this process. 90% of our teachers voted for the process, and overwhelmingly, and you're going to see that, and I apologize. Let's pull up my, Ms. Bowie, can you pull up that? I won't go through the whole presentation, but I do think there are some things, and Dr. Wald is here as well, in case you guys have some additional questions. Let me just let her
Can I ask you
know.
one quick question about how long do you think that you will need for that?
I think maybe depends on how many questions you guys have, but at least 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay? And if you think you're going to have more questions after I finish just giving you an overview now, I would say 30, because this is something, and the big thing about this is we do have to finish it up and vote on it in May, so we can get the materials.
Let's say 30. So that way
Okay,
there,
thank you.
Again, if you're done early, we're all smiling.
Okay. So you see here, and this is not the full presentation because of the simple fact, as I shared, we just calculated the teachers' votes over the weekend, and we're pulling some things together, but I wanted to make sure I share with you guys the major pieces. Keep in mind that each one of you will be coming and we will be doing meetings so you can actually look at the curriculum adoptions that we've done. These will be samples of those adoptions, so it'll be a particular grade, and I also share with you the links so you can go in and actually see, because I want to make sure you're comfortable with this. So I just want to share a couple of things with you. So you'll see on Tuesday night, basically, we're going to give a detail of the rationale, and I don't have a clicker, so, okay. Detail of the rationale, and you see here the things, the 4 points. I am just going to highlight a couple of things that I want to make sure, and if you have any questions, we can discuss this, but I will go in more detail on Tuesday. So I am going to go to, of course you see, I'm going to ask Ms. Bowie to go down to slide 6, Ms. Bowie, teacher survey feedback. And when we get to the actual presentation, I'll share, that's just basically how it fits in the strategic plan and all those pieces. But I think it's important for you to know that the teachers asked for this. If you recall, one of the things the teachers asked is for a new curriculum adoption for ELA. And I'll share with you in a few minutes why they were asking for this. So about 450 responses. Keep in mind that in middle school, this was elementary and middle, keep in mind if they're departmentalized, so if I'm a 3rd grade teacher or a 4th grade teacher and I just teach reading, or a 6th grade teacher and I just teach reading, that is why some of the numbers are lower, because the only teachers who did this were all the classroom teachers who taught reading, or ELA, and then the AIG teachers, the ESL teachers, the EC teachers, everybody was a part of this process. So I just want to make sure that's the biggest thing.
So the 90% is of those teachers, only 10% of those teachers didn't respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
I know. This is something, if you just keep in mind, I think I shared with you before, one of the biggest things teachers were asking when I first got here. We need to look at a new adoption because of our science of reading non-alignment, and because the current curriculum we don't have the text in students' hands. So those are the big things, but you'll see that as well. And you see here what teachers were saying. And next, this is just where, if you go to the next slide, the teachers felt like it was not aligned to science of reading, the text in the hands, and you see these things. The PD was limited for the current program that we use. We are the only district in the state that uses that curriculum, and it is not vetted for Ed Report. So the nation's report card is Ed Report, and they vet curriculums. They let us know. And normally, we want to make sure we always have a curriculum that is not only vetted by Ed Report, but it is green. Okay? So these are just some of the big reasons why the teachers wanted to change curriculums. We'll go to the next slide, Ms. Bowie. And because the curriculum we currently have now as well, teachers have to pull a number of resources. So normally when you buy a curriculum, they have overwhelmingly so many resources where the teachers don't have to pull resources. Our teachers are spending so much time actually pulling resources and trying to find that quality material. And the power of a quality curriculum is extremely invaluable when you're talking about moving student achievement. And I'm going to skip down, Ms. Bowie, because of time, to teacher survey, which is slide number 12. And this is the feedback that the teachers said that they wanted to see. So remember the process, and I'll go over this in detail with you on Tuesday, but if you remember, we shared what the process was. We actually identified teachers, got different, from every school, had a committee, and principals and different people at the school, and this is asked them, what do they want to see in a curriculum? And these are the things that they said they want to see. So then we took these things, and if you go to the next slide, and Dr. DeWalt and her team created the rubric proposal request. So the request went out, and the different companies actually had to complete this rubric to come to the table. And the next slide after that, it actually shows you the amount of teachers and how the committee was actually formed and who it was made up of. And I'm gonna move a little faster. Now the finalists is the next slide. So we actually now know the finalists, and the teachers are getting ready to, the principals have been emailed that information, they are sending it to their teachers. So we started with 3 finalists with K through 5. And as I share with you, once we start looking at the material, they would not align with some of our current programs. And one of the things that we did was we promised the teachers that we would not change some of the foundational things that we're doing, because they've been doing those for 2 to 3 years, they like them, not another change, right? So we promised that. So this, the one that's marked out, it wouldn't fit with that. So we had to remove that. And then it's not as strongly aligned to the science of reading, okay? So the winner for the teachers selected Great Minds, which is Wits and Wisdom. So when you go back and look this week, and when you come, we'll be showing you that for K through 5. And if you go back, you have those demo accounts where you can actually go in now and play with Wit and Wisdom. Now, both of the curriculums were of high quality. Wit and Wisdom, though, is also the same company of our math curriculum. So the teachers probably, and this is Patrice talking, this is not what the teachers have said, but when you look at the different way the curriculum is set up, it was probably very familiar with them. And of course, it's a quality curriculum, and we would not have put it in front of them. Now, for our 6 through 8, we actually, the teachers selected McGraw-Hill, am I correct? McGraw-Hill. So we are really comfortable with all of these curriculums, but it was the teacher's choice and the principals. But of course, the teachers had a louder say than the principals because just sheer volume. It was their choice, and the schools came with that. And the next slides are just showing you how the teachers had just pictures of the teachers actually going in and being able to look at the content and actually looking at that. And the last slide that I will bring your attention to today, is the actual cost, because we are adapting a new reading curriculum. I'm sorry. So when you look at the cost overall for the first year, it will be roughly 2.8, because this is not the shipping and handling. When you add the PD in there. And Dr. Wall, I'm gonna let you speak to that because it looks different on my screen than what we discussed. So I'm thinking that, I'm sorry. Can you talk about the cost?
Hey everyone, I'm Laura DeWalt, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Yes, so.
Do a microphone, Dr. DeWalt, if you don't mind, or near a microphone, please.
I don't. Do you want me to say that again?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Laura DeWalt, I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. So the cost for the first year, when we bring to you on this information on Tuesday, will be higher than the years 2 through 5 costs. That's because we're going to purchase upfront all the materials and then have a, as you can see for that K-5, sort of a delayed payment plan across, but we will be able to purchase all of the middle school materials up front, and then we'll also include the professional development cost for that included in the proposal that we bring to y'all. Because we just got votes in, we are still in some negotiation process and making sure that we're getting the best deal for our students so that they have high quality curriculum, but that we're being fiscally responsible at the same time.
And we really, as I said, this is hot off the presses, but we know we do not, excuse me, if we do not bring this to you in the May, we have schools who won't start school with the quality reading adoption, and that's just not acceptable. So I do want you to know, it's not, you're gonna get more information on Tuesday, but that is why you don't have that full presentation and it's not uploaded. But the teachers are excited. Since they're excited, we're excited. And any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Fishman. I think we're running a little back.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
No, you're
Okay,
good.
sorry.
Thank you. So we'll give you 30 minutes for that.
Okay.
Ms. Craybill, you had brought forth the Board of Education Development / Training discussion. How long do you think we should allot for that?
Well, I would think like about 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes. I just wanted to run through some of the possibilities and then listen to what other board members might think that we need, and then just, yeah. So I think 10 minutes, 10 or 15 at the most.
Well, let's go with 15. That way there, again, if we get done a little bit earlier, nobody will ever complain, I don't think.
Right, okay, thank you.
We'll say 15. Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Ms. Sutton, next we have the county budget request for fiscal year 23-24.
Yes, sir. So I think maybe 15 minutes. I'm just going to go do a quick overview of what was presented last month and just ask for your approval of that budget recommendation, and just depending on, you know, the conversation that the board's going to have, but I wouldn't need more than 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes. And the last thing we have before committee reports is the legal services. I think we should give at least a 20-minute discussion there. It may go plus that, but we'll say 20 minutes on that. Committee reports, I'm actually looking at Ms. Walker because I know we have a Legion meeting that's going to have some new things, so if you wouldn't mind bringing that forth. Yeah.
I'm happy to do that.
If you wouldn't mind, thank you, ma'am. Are there any other committee reports? Like I said, I'm going to give you a little time for mine, so that one won't be in there. Are there other things?
Mr. Chair, I'm just about to walk in, but I'll do it right here. Is it possible to have a report from our legislative committee about where we are on some of the important bills that are circulating out there, like where we stand?
Ms. Barnhart, did you hear that?
Yeah, I had sent out an email of trying to find another date that we could meet together, so we have not had a formal meeting to bring forth support or opposition of ongoing legislation. But we are in the process of policy to talk about potentially redefining the legislative committee, and so we don't have an update from the last.
So, I don't know if you heard that, Ms. Grable, but she said that.
Yeah, I did. No, and that's, I was really looking for just not anything for us to act on. Just, I mean, I'm trying to keep up, like Ms. Bradford suggested, that, you know, get a little folder and keep up with them. But I thought that some people on the legislative committee might be keeping up a little bit more closely than me. So that's all I was looking for. But I'm good with whatever that, I mean, it's their committee. That's fine.
All right. Is there any other committee reports that would like to be brought forth? If not,
can I just ask the question, did we decide to put Ms. Mason's exceptional children under committee reports or under information?
I'm actually going to give her a minute or two out of my chairman's report because it is something that really needs to be heard, and her concern is at this point, especially if it gets to be a long night, people are not here anymore. So at least that announcement can be during that.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I'll give her 30 seconds.
That's fine. I just
That
didn't know
Head
where
Start
we were
report,
putting
if I
it.
need to resend that, I will.
I'm sorry? Ms. Barnhart, I didn't hear
There
you.
should be, yes, Mr. Chairman, there should be a Head Start committee report, and if I need to resend that to you, I will do that this week.
Head Start, okay, so that will be another one, Head Start, at that time. Thank you, ma'am. At that point, we will have correspondence, announcements, closed session if needed, and adjournment. Is there anything else we need to do for this?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Last month, we suggested that the district could bring forth a strategic plan update per month.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
really the will of the board, but we could do it anywhere you like. We could make it a standardized portion at the front, 10 minutes. We could put it in old business. We could put it in information. But if the board would like, we could bring an item from the strategic plan monthly. So you're hearing 2 updates per year.
My suggestion would be under information, if we put a B in, is everyone, yeah, put it in here now. Strategic plan update. Ms. Barnhart, Ms. Crable, did you hear that?
Yes, I think that sounds good.
Okay, very good. We'll add that. Is there anything else we want to do before we hear from our legal groups? Excuse me. If not, we will move forward with our agenda as provided. At this time, and I do apologize for having you guys wait just a little bit, but we would love to have the attorneys from Poyner Spruill present. So we'll give Ms. Crable a second to get in. Boy, I tell you, she's printing right in here. Right there? Right here? Right there?
You're right there.
Right there?
Right there.
Got her running shoes on, I think.
No, you almost had to do the toilet flush, like, sorry.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, that was terrible.
Well, on that note,
that note, let's
we'll carry on. We just want to welcome you, and again, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much for having us. Dr. Faust, the administration, board members, thanks for having us. And a special thank you to Ms. Allen, because she's been so good about communication and answering questions throughout the process. So we want to make sure we recognize her efforts in our getting here. I'm Rachel Hitch. I am one of the founding partners with the Education Law Practice Group at Poyner Spruill. With me, I have Brian Shaw, who is another one of the founding partners. Brian and I have worked together for going on 21 years now. So you have a team that's pretty familiar with one another at least. So I want to talk to you a little bit about Poyner Spruill, but I don't want to focus a ton on that, because if I were you, I'd be thinking, I want to know what the education law section can provide. But just as a little bit of background, Poyner Spruill traces its beginnings to 1883, so the firm has some longevity. If we have nothing else right now that you could think of, we definitely have longevity. And the current firm was formed in 1986 through a merger of 2 firms. We have construction law sections at Poyner Spruill. We have experts in government redistricting. We have a local government section at Poyner Spruill. We have an employment law section at Poyner Spruill. We have a litigation section at Poyner Spruill. And all of those folks, all of our nearly 96 attorneys and 64 legal staff across 4 offices are poised to support our education law practice group in doing your work, should you choose for us to have that honor. A couple things that I want to talk to you about today, because if I'm you, I'm thinking, I want to know what sets Poyner Spruill apart from all the other education law practices. And we're not going to, you have made good choices on the firms that you're interviewing today. We know those folks, and you have chosen good firms to talk to for certain. But a couple things that we want to focus on that we're proud of about our work. The first is our experience, and I'm going to go back on each of these. The second is our responsiveness, and the third is really our approach with a focus on training, how we kind of approach our provision of legal services to our school boards. We represent boards all across the state, some of whom are smaller than you, some of whom are larger than you. When you look at, we provided a very detailed response to your RFQ, and in there you'll see the 11 members that constitute our education law practice group. And if you sat there and added up you all asked for the years of experience for each member, and we tried to make sure that we honored your RFQ to the letter. But if you go in and add that up, we have almost 200 years of experience in our education law practice group. That's a lot of years of experience. We usually have partners at board meetings. You guys have board meetings the first and third Tuesdays of the month, it looks like from online. And Brian and I are both some of our senior partners, and we're both available the first and third Tuesday of the month. So you would have the opportunity to have a lot of experience, not just at your disposal, but actually at your board meetings. You know, I said I would talk a little bit about experience, which I did, and I'm happy to answer any kinds of questions that you have about that. But I want to talk a lot, too, about responsiveness. When we start working for clients that are new to us, one of the compliments that we always get and that we take great pride in is our responsiveness. Many of the people in our education law section came to education law by way of education families. They are former teachers. They are children of teachers. And so for those of us that practice education law in the education practice group at Poyner, public education is extremely personal. It's not just a way to make a living. We could have done other kinds of law. We chose this because this is our purpose and our calling. So that means when our phone is ringing at midnight, we know that there's a nervous administrator somewhere who absolutely needs to hear from us, and we are readily available. If you text me at 2 o'clock in the morning, I guarantee you will get a text response by 2:15. We are always, always responsive. You can call our clients and ask them. We stand by that. If someone is needing us, we will respond to that need right away. If I get a text message and I'm already in a meeting, then I can respond. We have such a deep bench in our group that it's easy for me to text someone else and say, hey, someone is calling, call them back and see if they have an emergency, help them through whatever they need. You know, I can be done here in 30 minutes or whatever it may be. Or do I need to step out? Is it an emergency that we need to step out for? So we are very, very responsive. We take a lot of pride in that. Again, we answer emails, phone calls, text messages, days, nights, weekends. And I think one of the reasons that it's so important to us is because it's very personal to us. We don't feel like this is just a job. We feel a very deep commitment to public education in general, but also to the boards that we serve. We understand intimately the issues that you all deal with, and we want to be readily available for you. Another thing I said that kind of sets us apart is our approach. So you will find certainly law firms that can defend you on claims. And that is part of our job. But we see our job as going far above and beyond just defending you in litigation that comes your way. We see our job as helping you to be proactive. We don't want you just to answer litigation. We want you to learn from litigation. We want your administrators to understand, okay, you know, it's Monday morning quarterbacking, so it's not a condemnation of the administrators, but it is a sit down and say, what, you've spent all this money on litigation, what have we learned from that experience? What training needs to happen? What gaps need to be filled? What needs to be done to make sure that you might make another mistake in the future, but let's not make this mistake again? And we like to have those conversations. Some of that is because a lot of us are former teachers, and it's just almost in the DNA to try to teach the folks that we're also representing. This is what we need to be doing differently. And I will tell you, and this may not be well received, but I feel like I need to be honest about it. You know, if we're going to start a relationship, if there is a chance that we could end up being your attorneys, we want to be very honest with you. And you have had some substantial legal issues in the last 4 years, for certain. And we know that. We of course, we did our research. We want to know, as much as you're looking at us, we also want to know what is it that this board would need. And we really would love the opportunity to help you take a look at those things and figure out, you know, we don't want to go down this road again. We don't want to do these things again. So what kind of training? In fact, you all asked for a very specific format for the fees proposal, and we honored your exact format that you asked for because you're the client, you're the boss, right? So we laid that out there. But when we do retainer proposals, one of the things that we build into our retainer proposals is an awful lot of training as part of the retainer, because that's kind of putting our money where our mouth is. It's easy for me to tell you that we believe in training, but when we include that as part of the retainer proposal, it shows you that we will come down here and we bring teams to do training, all the way from your top level administrators down to your special education teacher. You've got 22-year-old first year special education teachers who are making very significant decisions and running very significant processes for you every single day. And many of them did not come out of their teacher prep programs prepared for the legal ramifications of what they're doing. So we do that through the training is a significant part of our approach. And we want to be extremely proactive. We want to not just be able to defend you. We're well ready to do that. We have a lot of experience at almost every level. And we've got folks who do training at the state level. We have folks who train the special education attorneys nationally. And we're involved at every level of that kind of work in this arena. And we use that. We love to train those folks, but our very favorite is to come back to our clients and go to this, even down to the classroom teachers, and try to help them. What I always say is, I'm more than happy to defend you. My best days, I'm arming you so that you never find yourself in that position. I've been asked by boards before, well, how many cases have you won? Let me just tell you, when you find yourself in litigation, there are no winners, is my opinion. That if I'm standing in a courtroom, no matter what the outcome of that case is, there's already been a loss. There's been a loss of money. Every dollar you spend on me is a dollar you haven't spent on kids. I understand that you are stewards of public money, and we're very cognizant of that. We try to deliver the very best of service so that you get the best bang for your buck in terms of your legal services. And we see that there's a big need and a big push, I think, for trying to avoid litigation because of the expense of it. And that's not just, there's a monetary expense, there's a human expense. There's the expense of the relationship with families in your community. There's the expense of teachers. No one can afford to have teachers leave because they got involved in some kind of litigation if it's a good teacher, because we don't have pools of teachers waiting. Across the state, across the nation, we have teacher shortages. So maintaining those relationships, making sure your good teachers feel supported by the pathways that folks are taking on your behalf, those are really important aspects to providing legal services to you that might be above and beyond what you usually think of in the legal services that you receive. We have trained Title IX investigators. Title IX is a huge area right now for complaints and investigations and litigation. We have 3 trained investigators in our education law practice group. I mentioned EC attorneys. I have practiced EC defense for almost 21 years. And the way EC defense looks now versus what it looked like 20 years ago there's been an unbelievable change. The number of EC cases that are being filed is exponentially more than it used to be. And maybe more importantly, the way that it's practiced now is very different than the way it used to be. It used to be somebody might pick up the phone and call a board attorney and say, I have a client that came through my office and they didn't get these speech services, and we would look into it, and if they didn't get speech services, we would go back and say, yes, our speech person was on maternity leave, we definitely owe that child services, let's make it right and move on. And those days have all but passed us. So we oftentimes don't hear about the issues until there is litigation. But even then, we very much take the approach that we're on kind of 2 paths. We're preparing for litigation, but we understand that's the worst case scenario. If this is a 7-year-old student, you may have 14, 15 more years that your district is going to be working with this student. So what can we do? We consider ourselves in those cases kind of creative problem solvers. What's the issue? What's the concern? How can we arrive at something that's good for the district and good for the student? So EC litigation has gotten huge for sure. Our attorneys present at the Personnel Administrators of North Carolina, PANC, conferences. Just about every conference. We have sponsored and led the training at the North Carolina Association for School Administrators Law Symposium for many years, the folks from our group. So we have tons of experience training. It's one of our favorite things to do. Our goal would be to teach, again, we almost say that we're trying to work ourselves out of a job. We want to teach your folks, how do we see the situation? How are we analyzing the situation? What do we think should have been done differently? So when that situation arises again, they have the opportunity to make decisions that keep you out of court without the necessity for a lot of legal intervention at that point. Now, you guys have had Tharrington Smith for quite a while, and they are very good attorneys. The one thing I might be thinking if I'm sitting in your spot thinking about the possibility of a change is how does that transition work? That would be a question, and I know it is because I went back and listened to the board meeting at which you decided to put out this RFQ, and that came up. How would that transition work? And so I just want to reassure you that we've done that many, many times. We did it not so long ago with Johnston County, a school system that's a little bit larger than you guys, and my home school system. So one of the things that happens is a lot of your records are digitally maintained now, and they're provided to your council digitally. So if you decided to make a change and you wanted to transition those cases, we have a good relationship both ways with Tharrington, and what we've done in the past is we can sit down or they can send us a list. These are the current cases we have for New Hanover County. The board can decide if there are cases that it makes sense, that it's cost effective for you to finish out with Tharrington. That's an option. It's entirely up to you. As the client, you are in charge of how you want things managed. But basically, we get those new cases that are coming over. They just upload the files, and we receive them in our office. And then we usually set up what we call a transition meeting with some of your top-level administrators. And we want to hear about those cases. And even more importantly, we want to hear about the cases that aren't documented there, that your administrators know are on the horizon. This one's not a case yet, but it's about to bubble over. And so we start trying to figure out some strategies. Where can we go with that? How can we keep that from boiling over? What can we do on that? So the transition piece, while it may seem daunting as a board to think about a transition, it's not something that's new to education law firms as far as boards changing attorneys and then exchanging, what files need to be carried over and what information needs to be transitioned there. And again, we've done that many times, and we feel like we could do that seamlessly for you if that was the route you chose to take. We go ahead then once we get them and we kind of open files. And we like to keep a running list of open files for the board because you are stewards of public money. So if I'm you, I'm going to want some kind of check-in on the files that I have open with my attorney to say, where is this? Are we wrapping this up? Is this not moving along? Why is this stagnant, if that would be the case? Just so you can have some level of accountability, and we have some level of accountability for the cases the work that you've given us. And so we work through that. We can keep a running list, we can keep some kind of update, we can keep a Google document. Another way that you can sometimes reduce your costs, which most boards are interested in, is trying to figure out, we try to talk with the board about how do you want us to receive work? Who among the administrators is authorized to give us a phone call? Because if I get a phone call just from a principal or a teacher at a school, my first thought is going to be, does my client, the board, recognize that this person is calling me because I'm about to start a meter? So we just want to make sure we understand who are you authorizing us to work through in terms of receiving work. Do you want that to come through the superintendent's office? Do you want it to come through the EC director or the superintendent, however it may be? But we have those conversations so that you can keep up with what's going on with your cases and who is able to start a bill running for you within the school system. That's basically what I wanted to tell you all about what we think, how we view ourselves, and what we think sets us apart. We've given you a list of references. I would add to that list, Johnston County, Lynn Andrews is the board chair. You should feel free to call her and ask her if you wonder about how that transition might go. Brian and I are free to answer any questions, or Brian, do you have anything you want to add that I didn't cover?
I think you covered quite a bit. The best day I ever had as an attorney was the day I hired Rachel Hitch. I've never regretted that. And if you choose us, we hope you do, then you will never regret working with Rachel Hitch. Everybody asks for her all the time. And I will say, you have some very good firms you're looking at. You will get outstanding legal counsel with any of those firms. I know the attorneys in each of those firms, tremendous amount of respect for them. I've been practicing education law for 40 years, 10 years in Maine and 30 years down here. She said something like 200 years of experience. Some days it feels like I have about half of those, half of those in. But I've seen a lot, The history of our particular group, I came down and joined Richard Schwartz, who's a well-known school attorney. And the firm became Schwartz and Shaw. He was Richard Schwartz and I was Brian Shaw. And then in 2021, all of our firm, other than Richard, moved over to Poyner Spruill, and we created the education law department. So over that time, we've worked for a lot of school systems. We've added a number of new school systems since we joined Poyner, and it's worked well. I just wanted to say, representing school boards is a lot different than it used to be. There's so much more contention and divisiveness than there used to be. That's just the nature of the times. It's the nature of the issues that have come up. The way I handle that is, first, I just treat every board member with respect. Every board member is elected. They won votes from the people. They're entitled to respect, even if they're the only person in a minority. They're entitled to respect. And I'll try to listen to them. But we follow what the majority rules. The majority sets the policy of the board. We don't set the policy. Nobody asked us. The board wants our input or wants input from what other clients that we have represented have done in similar circumstances. We're very glad to provide it. But it's only as advice to the board, and then we will implement and carry out faithfully and with enthusiasm whatever the board majority votes for. So we're there to provide legal advice. We will provide candid legal advice to whoever's in charge. We don't color our advice. It's our best legal advice. You choose it or don't choose it. You make the decision, and then we go and defend you and the best we can, or push forward the best we can. So that's some of our philosophy. Again, we're glad to answer any particular questions or talk about issues that you may have for your council.
My suggestion would be, why don't we go around the table, questions, and then we actually have Ms. Barnhart's questions here too. So, Ms. Walker, why don't you start for us, please?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question, and you don't have to give me an exact figure, but do you think that special education or exceptional children is the most utilized area of expertise needed for districts? Do you feel like that's the biggest chunk of what you guys do?
So we have a team, yes, it is a big chunk of what we do. It's it's the most likely area for litigation, but some of the things that I have read about in the paper that you're experiencing, lots of other boards experience as well. You know, some of the other kinds of issues that are coming up are, you know, book removals, that's a big one now. Transgender issues, that's a big one now. You know, there are lots of divisive issues out there. But special ed is probably the one where boards receive the most litigation. We have a team within our education law practice group. We have a team of folks that practice primarily special education. I generally lead that team. On that team, we have, for example, an attorney who has a doctorate level school psychology degree. She's well qualified to help with evaluations and things like that. And so that team stays very busy with special education issues across the state for sure. We also try to stay ahead. You know, we consider our job not just the part that you pay us for, but we also consider advocacy on behalf of public school boards as part of what we do. For example, we've been involved in some pushes to try to incentivize school psychologists, because we had, as of a couple years ago across the state, we had 25 counties with no school psychologist on staff, which is a very high number. And so we've tried to work to make some incentives through DPI on that and things like that. So we also work on advocacy for school boards that we think will make a positive impact on special ed litigation.
Okay. On that, I would just say it's imperative that whatever firm you hire a firm that has a lot of experience and expertise in special ed. It's not an area to learn on the job.
Right. I think that that's very important to our district, and that's why I asked that question.
Thank
And I know, I've seen Ms. Varnum at NCK's conferences and different things like that. We present at the North Carolina DPI EC conference almost every year. We present for LRP, which is a large group that does special education, professional development across the country. We present for them most years. So we are very, very, very involved on that front.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Mr. McManus, you have a question?
Thank you. Well, you answered my first question about accessibility. And know that a chairman of the board, he doesn't start texting until about midnight anyhow. So how many school systems do you represent in North Carolina?
We represent a bunch. If you look at our response.
I did. You've been in a lot. I saw
Yes, we represent a bunch. So I don't want to leave anyone out because I don't know who may be watching us here today. But we represent the Johnston County School Board. We represent Anson County some of them were special counsel, where we may only do special ed or we may only do personnel. But
What page is that on?
In some capacity.
Thank you.
We represent,
25,
sorry, page
I
25. We represent Anson, Asheboro City, Clinton City, Dare County, Franklin County, Greene County, Johnston County, Kannapolis City, Martin County, Montgomery County, Pamlico County, Pender County, Rockingham County, Sampson County, and Wilson County as of right now. And then some of the ones below are agencies and boards that we have worked with, but we don't represent them on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First off, I want to thank you for your presentation. It was very, very good. And you did answer a lot of my questions. I had like a whole 2 pages of questions. And I actually get 2 questions because Ms. Barnhart sent me her question. So I'm going to lead off with her question first. And it's something you touched on but didn't go too far in depth with. But it's a 2-part question that she sent in. In regards to sports, how do you interpret Title IX law in regards to sports? Would you be confident in defending a school system that supports biological separated sports, i.e. males against males, females against females?
Okay, so that's a tough question right now, and I'll go ahead and tell you a couple things about that. First, I'm familiar with your former policy that you recently revoked by a 4-3 vote. So we understand what's going on in your county on that issue. Right now, I think where we are in some of those transgender issues with sports specifically is that the law is developing. So quite frankly, I think it could be defended either way because we don't have enough law one way or the other to say for certain that it has to be X way or it has to be Y way. I think right now when the law is evolving, there's an opportunity there. No one knows how some of those cases are going to turn out, particularly in North Carolina. So I don't have a personal or a legal problem with looking at either side of that issue. I think they both have valid arguments at this point. And it would be up to a board's discretion on whether they wanted to be sort of on the forefront of how that may turn out in the future and kind of guessing as to what that law might look like, or whether they want to take a more conservative approach and wait to see how the law develops and then adjust their policies accordingly.
Thank you. Now for my question, and it's a financial question, but is there, in your portfolio, is there only a per hour charge, or is there a possibility of a flat fee per month? And what about travel time? So, you're not local, so as you're traveling, we're on the phone with you. Is that additional charge, or is that, a great time to talk to me because you're already paying for me to travel?
Yes, we did not put any retainer proposals because they're not asked for, but most of our clients for which we are general counsel do have a monthly retainer. So we're very familiar with that. And we usually have this menu. If you want $1,000 a month retainer, then you get this. If you have a $2,000 retainer a month, you get that. And a $3,000 retainer, some more. Depends on how many board meetings you have, how many extra workshops you have, whether you want policy work built into the retainer or built in separately. And we now have a few clients that have just a overall retainer. It's a monthly flat sum, covers everything except litigation, because litigation is very hard to predict. And it's hard to come up with a number that's both fair to you and to us on litigation. But we can carve out litigation and then do every other service for a monthly retainer. Now, it's a higher sum, but the advantage is you know exactly what it's going to be. You build it in your budget, And we talked with the client about how we developed it. It's designed to be fair to both sides. And maybe some months you win, as it were, some months we win, as it were. But it's designed to be fair. It's not designed to try to take advantage. It's just a number that the client feels comfortable with, can budget. Then you never have to worry about a phone call either, because it's all built into it. Now, we do bill on 10th of hours, so that's a 6-minute phone call, and you can accomplish a lot, even billing on a 6-minute call. So I will have clients say, well, it's about 5 minutes and 55 seconds, it's time to hang up. I get it, they want to save money. You want your money to go to children. You want to get the legal services that you need, but you don't want to pay more than you have to. But we will talk with the client and work out an arrangement that suits everybody.
We could absolutely put something together as far as retainers if you wanted to look at what that might look like, if you were interested in us and wanted to look at that. And to the second part of your question, I always try to do double duty if it reduces the bill for a client. So I'll even say if I need to talk to somebody and I'm going to be in the district coming down for a board meeting, I'll say just meet me at the board meeting because my job was Navy, so I'm always early. I was in your parking lot at 2 o'clock this afternoon because I just don't like that rush. I want to be available. Lots of times leading up to what I'm there to do, people have questions and I want to make sure that I'm present so that they can get those answered. But I'll often call and say, well, I'm going to the board meeting tonight. If you want to run over to the central office, we can talk about that issue in person. You know, I'm already billing you for being at the board meeting, so you're getting it's a two for kind of for that time. So.
And I wanted to follow up just a little bit on your first question about the transgender. Just give you an idea how unsettled the law is. Maybe aware that West Virginia passed a statute that says sports participation is by biological gender. A federal district court judge issued an injunction against that about a year or two ago, found that that was likely to be illegal. The very same judge changed his mind and ruled in favor of the state a couple months ago, ruled that there was no violation. Then the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is above, they put a stay on that ruling until the Fourth Circuit can hear it. I tend to think the Fourth Circuit's going to be pretty favorable to the transgender athletes. That's just by the makeup of the case and the way it's gone. Supreme Court has not ruled yet, and there's new administration policy from the Biden administration that would allow transgenders biological requirements in certain circumstances. So it's very much in flux, and as Rachel says, that means we can't guarantee what the result would be, but whatever decision you make, there is a good faith position in support of what you do. You could have a policy, may win and may not win. We would defend you, support you either way. I see no basis whatsoever for any personal liability because the law is uncertain. If you knowingly violate established law, you're in trouble. But if it's uncertain, then there's no liability.
Thank you. Ms. Mason.
Mine is kind of related to mediation, and I'm just curious, like, if there is like a percentage of that you could give of like how many cases you have settled out of court or mediated to get it taken care of outside of.
I can say the vast majority. There's no doubt in my mind that a majority of our cases we are able to resolve through kind of creative agreements. One of the things that I always try to do is sometimes it's easy to, when we get accused of something, a lot of times it's the folks on the front line take that very personally. Your EC teacher, for example, who's been tirelessly providing services and who's accused of not providing good services, she takes that very personally. So one of the things that we try to do is come in and we can talk her through it. It's not about you, they're not attacking you personally, but I always look at it as here's an opportunity to try to repair something before it's irretrievably broken, honestly. Now that having been said, we have a lot of experience litigating those cases as well. There are times when no matter what you're willing to do, you're not willing to do the thing that is being required of the person that is suing you. And when that's the case, you sometimes you don't have any other option. But we have resolved a lot of cases at mediation, and I actually try to sit down, and I always try to encourage our folks, when you're sitting at the table, to ask, like, let's get to the heart of the concern. What is it that you're afraid of? What is it that you want? What is the need you think is not met? What, you know, like, let me get to the heart of the problem, because that's where I'm gonna find a solution.
Thank you.
And different boards have different feelings on settlement. Some feel that, let's say you can settle a case for $15,000, $20,000. That's a lot of money. But when you look at how much attorney's fee is going to be, a hearing, EC director involvement, teachers involvement, it might make a lot of sense for this one case just to have it go away. Kind of a nuisance value. But then the concern is, well, does that encourage more litigation? If the word gets out that you sue, bring a lawsuit and you'll get $20,000, then maybe you start getting more lawsuits. So there has to be a very close analysis of each case, and not the sense that anybody can sue and is going to get a settlement that makes it worthwhile.
Ms. Bradford?
Thank you. You've gotten most everything I've had. Thank you for that. Let me start with my really easy one. If I understand it, Rachel, you said that you and Brian would share the duties. You would be the person who, that between the two of you, one of you would come to our meetings and one of you would always take our calls. Did I get that right?
We don't have to share it, but we just, I was just saying that either of us would be available. If you wanted a point person, we could do a point person for sure, but I don't want to give you any misconception. So we can have somebody that is assigned to you, but I can't promise that there will never be a night when that person has something else and someone else may have to step in. But we can, if you want a point person, a certain point person, we can absolutely do that.
Okay.
And she was pointing out that we looked at both of our schedules. Each of us could do it. If you wanted Rachel to do it, that's great. If you wanted me to do it, that's great. But you would have at least two choices among experienced partners in the firm.
Okay, I think you handled my questions on a transition really well. And you touched on how much you know about our school district, but could you talk about that just a little bit more? Because sometimes when you go places, they say, oh, you're from New Hanover. You know, how up to date are you on where we are?
Sure. So let me speak first off on a personal level. When I was 16, I used to visit Carolina Beach, and I lived in Pennsylvania. And I promised myself at that time that I would someday have a place at Carolina Beach. So like 6 years ago, after scrimping and saving or whatever, I bought a tiny little condo that needed an awful lot of work at Carolina Beach. So let me start by saying, on a personal level, anytime I'm not at work, my choice is to be here in New Hanover County at Carolina Beach. In that capacity, you know, I'm not gonna misrepresent that I'm somehow a part of your community, because I live in Gardner. But I am here frequently, so I'm reading the paper, I'm hearing from people at diners, you know, all those kinds of things. But above and beyond that, you know, I don't know what would be attorney-client privilege on the stuff that you've had, but I've gone back and looked at what's in the newspaper, you know, what are the issues that are facing this board regularly. Can I make a positive, do I believe I can make a positive impact on their responses to those issues? And my answer is yes. I'm familiar with recent OCR complaints to the extent they were publicized. I'm familiar with lawsuits to the extent they were publicized. I've gone back and looked at your board meetings to have an idea of how the board meetings run, you know, who's attending board meetings, are they extremely contentious? You know, is there a place there where I can make a positive impact as far as the board's relationship with their community? You know, just whatever is available out there, I've looked at. I've gone to school ratings for your schools to try to get a feel of, just to understand how big you are. I've gone and looked at your, like, where you fall in the sizes. I know that you're 311th in the country in the size of your school system. I think you're about 15th maybe in the state for the size of your school system. So just trying to get a feel for what's out there. If it was out there for me to learn about you, then I have looked at it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Okay, going last, all the questions are taken, but the,
I'm going to let you go twice. You can come on the way back too.
Huh?
I'll let you go twice, so you can come on the way back.
Okay. So, a couple things that I had. So first of all, I appreciate the fact, in the answer to your question, to where do you stand on the sports issue, to not having a stance on the sports issue. Because we would hope that our council would not have a stance on anything, that they accept for what they learn. So I appreciated hearing that. And I've seen several of, people from your company or your firm at NCSBA conferences and the COSPA, that's coming up. And so tell us a little bit about your relationship with them, because we are a member of NCSBA. We subscribe to their policy updating services and value their services. So I was just wondering how you guys worked with them.
Well, sure. We have a very good relationship with them. I've given presentations, I think, every summer for the last 20 years at their summer school board. Have you?
I've seen you. I've been there.
Well, I better stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Because I have somebody who knows about it.
Yeah.
We think most clients should subscribe to that policy service. 10 years ago, I wasn't necessarily certain, and we were doing a lot of policies separately for school boards. They've kind of taken a big lead on that, and we like their policies for the most part, 95%, let's say. But we always think there's some times that they don't have it quite right or could be improved upon based on experience. I just had one the other day where there's an issue. I won't get into the client or the particular policy, but I said, in light of this experience, I think this policy should be rewritten because it didn't put us where we wanted it to be. So our general approach is to have those policies come through, us review them, suggest any changes. Sometimes they're from us, sometimes they're from the administrators of the board. But work on those policies. I think they're a very good set of policies.
No.
And we have good relations with the people.
Okay. Yeah, and I think it's important to use our legal counsel as help us with our policy so that we don't go spinning off into the Wile E. Coyote world,
We agree. And when you use those, we can do as much or as little policy work, but one of the reasons that we suggest that is we think it's a cost-effective way for clients to get a base for policies instead of having somebody draft it from the clock. But I will say that when the School Boards Association sends you policies, they send you a correlation table. And in the correlation table, they talk about the items in that policy that are discretionary to the board. We will often weigh in on that. We've seen this over here, and here were we feel like it's our job to tell you the pros and cons of different options, and it's your job to decide which is best for you. What's best for New Hanover may not be what's best for Johnston. It may not be what's best for Kannapolis City, or So that's why you are the elected officials. But we work through those policies. We're very familiar with them. We have common areas where we looked at them enough that we would say, we suggest you tweak this year, or we suggest in this area where you get to exercise your discretion that you exercise it this way, or think about these considerations. But we work very well with them, and we do defense work for the School Boards Trust.
But we do have enough familiarity with clients that take that service, so it's usually not the first time we've seen the policy. We may have addressed it the previous week, and that makes for efficiency, obviously.
And we actually try to funnel those policy revisions through somebody in the office who's managing a lot of those policy revisions, because instead of no one else has to get up to speed. Somebody else has already been through a lot of those School Board Association policies.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
Scribble, do you have a second question?
Yeah, I did, but it went out of my head that fast. On page 25, when you were talking about your general counsel versus special counsel just means like you're not their general counsel, but their general counsel might have called you for expertise. Is that what that means?
Or the board decided we're going to use this group for special ed and this group and our local person for something else. A perfect example, this wouldn't be special counsel, but a perfect example is sometimes boards want to use a local person for real estate issues, to search real estate title or whatever. And sometimes we'll say, please do, because even though we can do it for you, somebody who's in town that knows the history of a piece of property may be able to do it for you more cost effectively. So we might have somebody do it. But the special counsel is usually, we're working for them in a particular area, part of education law, like personnel or special ed.
And where it says board attorney, we will generally be there at the board meetings.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was,
That's
what I was
exactly-
guessing, right.
Ms. Bradford?
And then our policy committee meetings too, right? If we ask you.
If that's part of, if you want us there, then
Yeah.
we just, work that in.
And we have technology to participate. So for example, if you wanted us to participate virtually in the policy committee meeting because you didn't think it warranted the cost of driving down and hang out with you guys for a little bit, that's okay too. We have all the technology that's required to do that. We don't like to do that for board meetings because, a lot is going on in a board meeting that you can't really pick up virtually. We have done that during COVID where boards asked us to, but the preference would be in person. But it's entirely up to you. You're the client. If you tell us you want us there, but you want us to participate virtually to save the drive time, then that's what we'll do.
And I thought you said you lived in Carolina Beach. I thought there was.
Oh, let me just tell you, I love it down there. You can go most weekends and find me at Kate's.
One more thing.
Yes.
If we ask you, could you give us the retainer proposal by next week?
Absolutely, whatever you want. And I just want to reiterate, the reason your RFQ said, give us this information if we want a retainer proposal, we'll ask you for it later. And so we did that, but we can put together the chart for you if you all would like to see that.
That'd be great, thank you. Okay, so I have two other quick questions. One is, so you had said that you have a point person. Do we have any voice in that? Like if you say, well, no, we're going to switch to this person or that person.
Sure. I mean, we work for you if you hire us. So if you decide that you want this person over here, or it's not uncommon that I'll bring kind of an associate along at no cost to you because, someday I'll retire at my little place at Carolina Beach. And if I'm lucky enough to work for you now and then I want to make sure that somebody else who has that institutional knowledge is available to you when I'm gone.
Okay, and one further question. I know you said that, litigation. Can you give us an example, obviously with no names and that kind of thing, of a scenario where you were successful in litigation?
Sure. We have many situations where we were successful in litigation. This isn't something that we've done recently, but probably one of the biggest wins Brian was on and I had a part in was a $91 million verdict in favor of a school board when they sued the county commissioners for additional funding for the school system. So largest jury verdict in favor of a school system in the state, I believe.
And they changed the law. They changed the law because of that. There was a county not terribly far from here that was going to close an old historic school. The school board wanted to close it. Community group fought it. I'll tell you, I personally thought it was a shame that the building was lost. But that was the school board's call as to whether they were going to try to convert it to something else or whether they're just going to raise it to the ground. They raised it to the ground, no problem, litigated it, won the case in federal court.
We've been successful in litigation on condemnation cases where schools had to use property to build a new school. We've been successful in litigation in special education cases, getting them dismissed at the federal level.
Employment discrimination cases.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. McManus, anything else?
No, sir.
Ms. Walker? Very good. We do thank you very much for your time today, and please, if you would get us that additional information, that would be very helpful.
We thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Going home, going to Carolina Beach.
Look for me tomorrow, Kate.
Next, we are going to have Tharrington Smith. Whoever. Good to see you as always.
Good afternoon, board members. Chair Wildeboard, Vice Chair Bradford, Superintendent Faust. My name is Jason Weber. I'm an attorney with Tharrington Smith. I'm your current board attorney. I'm joined virtually, I believe, by my colleague, Neil Ramey, who should be floating around on one of these screens somewhere. And my other colleague, Carolyn Murkison, who practices in the EC world, had been here at 2, but she had to get to another board meeting. Neil actually needs to head to a board meeting in probably 20 minutes, which is a good thing that I'll be quick and brief and just leave a lot of time for your questions. I did want to say that, we're grateful to have the opportunity to share with you this afternoon why we think and why we hope that you should continue to choose us for your legal services needs. And as you know, we are the law firm that currently represents you. We're not new to you, you're not new to us. We've been providing services since about March of 2020 as general counsel. Prior to that, we served the school district in various discrete matters, including litigation and other items. Over the past 3 years, we've worked hand in hand with you, with your staff, with your schools, in a wide variety of manners. We've been in the trenches with you, whether it's with personnel, whether it's with special education, litigation, contract negotiations, wrestling over difficult policy matters, and when dealing with a number of other issues. And with that kind of a history, it's kind of easy maybe to lean on that, and that this might be an easy presentation for that reason. But in other ways, it's a little more difficult because we've been here, you know us, and we're here to try and argue for why you should keep us. So I'd like to take just a few minutes to reintroduce our firm to you, reintroduce myself to you. Then I'll spend a few minutes telling you in a little more detail what we do on a day-to-day basis. And then I'll be happy to answer questions from the board, and my colleague, Mr. Ramey, will as well. A little bit about me. I'm a native Midwesterner, grew up the son of a pastor in a small town in Indiana, came down to North Carolina in 2008 to teach. I taught 5th grade in Vance County schools, in Henderson, and did that for 2 years with Teach for America. I realized teaching was not for me. It's the hardest thing I've ever done, and I thought law school would be easier, and it is. After I served with TFA from 2008 to 2010, I went to law school at Wake Forest University. I spent my summers doing work for education law with the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, and also interned with the state at DPI and the State Board of Education. Following that, I was able to do a fellowship with the State Board of Ed, and then was hired on as in-house counsel when Chairman Bill Kobe was the chair and Buddy Collins was the vice chair. And I was there up through 2018 and had a brief stint as their interim general counsel. They wanted me to stay on as general. I said I wasn't quite ready for that yet. Got a great opportunity from Tharrington Smith, and I've been there ever since. So a little bit more about our law firm. Tharrington Smith has been in education law for more than 40 years. We have 20 attorneys who are dedicated solely to K-12 education. That includes 2 of counsel, and we are the largest specialized education law practice in the entire state. We currently serve as general counsel to over 20 boards of education. We do specialty work for others. You won't find any other firm in North Carolina who has more experience, more breadth, more depth than our firm. And we have the capacity to meet all of your needs. Unlike other law firms, we've also resisted the trend of mergers or expansions. We don't have multiple offices. That allows us as a firm to keep a really close-knit relationship with each other and also with our clients. We're not a small practice in a regional law firm. This is the bulk of what Tharrington Smith does, and it's what we've done for a significant amount of time. You can depend on us to be here for you and our other education clients today, tomorrow, and decades from now. School law itself is an incredibly broad practice, but it's also a very discrete one in some ways. But no matter what issue comes up, we have some of the state's leading experts on it. If you have questions or concerns or issues related to the First Amendment, other constitutional law issues, then Mr. Ramey is one of the best experts in the state. He trains other lawyers on it. If you have a school construction issue or a contract issue or a bond issue, Rod Malone is the best attorney in the state at that. Special education, Carolyn Murkison, Eva Dubison, 2 of the best. They've been doing it. Carolyn the longest. She does national presentations, state presentations. People often lean on her when they have significant questions, difficult issues. If you have a litigation matter, Steve Rawson, who you're familiar with, he's one of the best litigators in the state. Tricky board governance issues, that's Jonathan Blumberg. And, the list goes on and on. Our firm's philosophy is pretty simple. We're lawyers. We're not board members. We're not administrators. We're not policymakers. We do really excellent legal work on whatever any of our boards needs and asks. Different boards have different goals, different priorities, different constituencies, different communities. And that's really not our business. As I tell my boards and the staff I talk with, your job is infinitely harder than mine. I read the law, I give my best interpretation and guidance, but at the end of the day, you're the ones who make decisions, not me. So I stick to the law, and we all stick to the law, give the best advice and guidance that we can. We represent boards who sometimes want to go one way on an issue, sometimes they want to go another way on an issue, and we stay out of that. Our role is to give you good, sound legal advice, unbiased, tell you what the boundaries are, where the guardrails are, and then we tell you the risks, and at the end of the day, you're the ones who choose. And to get a little more specific in terms of what we do, I think sometimes as board counsel, we kind of forget that as board members, you might not have a good sense of what we do on a day-to-day basis and the work we do in day-to-day operations. We really do work hand in hand with your staff, whether it's on a daily or otherwise basis across various departments. With personnel, we work with your HR department on everything from hiring and licensure questions to HR investigations. Sometimes that's just a 5 or 6 minute phone call. Sometimes that's assisting with a weeks-long investigation. With special education, as you heard earlier, that's an area that's growing, not just for New Hanover County Schools, but for school districts across this state. And we work with IEP teams, whether it's joining meetings where the parent has an attorney, or if there is any kind of dispute resolution process that's going on. It's a growing area. We do training for staff, and if you do end up in litigation, we're there to defend you. With contract reviews, almost every contract that comes before you is either on forms that we've helped your administration develop in order to cut down on costs, or it's one that we've taken a look at and assisted with negotiating. We're always there to help make sure that we're protecting your interests and making sure that you get what you need. With student-related matters, that can be anything from student discipline, suspension. Sometimes there are custody disputes where we get involved in helping staff with subpoenas and other matters. Right now I'm working on an issue with trying to help some of your staff stay in the classroom teaching instead of going to court to testify. So we work on a very close level with your school staff to make sure that they are ready to do what they want to do, which is work with kids. School construction, we work with your operations team to help with RFPs, whether it's a construction issue or a procurement issue or anything related to operations, retaining architects, drafting complex agreements. And the last point I'll highlight are bond forfeitures. As you know, fines and forfeitures, those proceeds belong to the school system. Rod Malone is often out here making sure that you get your money that you're entitled to. And over the last several years, he's been able to help secure hundreds of thousands of dollars for your district. And I'll stop there, but the point is we are on the phone and answering emails on a daily basis, almost every day, whether it's an issue that's big or an issue that's small, whether it's with school level staff, administrative staff, or you board members yourselves. And our goal is really to help you continue to do what you do best, which is educate kids. And as you heard in the previous firm, this is probably something that's consistent across ed law because, again, it's a broad practice area, but it's also a very discrete one. There's not a lot of firms who do this kind of work, not a lot of lawyers who do this work. But for us, this is more than just business, it's personal. Many of us either have kids in the school system, or we have spouses who taught or otherwise worked in the school system, or we ourselves were teachers. We even have one lawyer who was a teacher and a former board member. So this is, it's really less of a business endeavor and more for us, it's our way to give back to public education. We're committed to serving our schools and we're committed to serving you. Our proposal that you can see in the documents, we have a current contract with New Hanover County Schools. Our proposal is just to continue that. There are several years remaining on the extensions. We're happy to consider other options if that's something you'd like to do. We also propose an hourly rate as opposed to a retainer. If a retainer is something you'd be interested in learning about, I'd be happy to work with partners and get something to you on that as well. At this point, I will see if Mr. Ramey has anything he'd like to add. Otherwise, we'll take questions.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, if I may, board members, thank you for having me here and agreeing to have me remotely. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I've got to head out for a board meeting myself in a few minutes here. I took a couple of notes listening to the last couple of presentations, Jason's and Poyner Spruill's. Just wanted to add a few points, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. First, it was very interesting to hear Brian and Rachel talk about their philosophy, very similar to the way we view our role as lawyers. I think you're going to hear a lot of commonality from any good education lawyer on that, because it's just, people who've been doing this for a while understand the proper way to do things. For example, training is better than defending lawsuits. I mean, we certainly ascribe to that philosophy. So mainly just want to validate everything that both Jason and Rachel and Brian told you about the philosophy for good representation in public schools. On size and experience, I think Jason, there were some questions about size and prior experience. I think Jason mentioned we're the largest in the state with 20 lawyers dedicated to education law specifically. We also have other areas of practice in our firm, and those lawyers can be available as need be. But I think that makes us by far the largest. I think second largest in the state. It's around a dozen lawyers, if I'm not mistaken. We've also been around the longest for, I think, 45 years. Our education practice was founded in 1978 and has been, I think, consistently been the largest education practice in the state since that time. A couple of other points. EC litigation has been discussed, or EC work in general, very important. I'm sorry that Carolyn couldn't stay longer, go to her board meeting, because she is, I think, state and even national leader in that area. But we have, I was just looking at our website, I think we currently have about 8 or 9 lawyers who can handle due process petitions, which we're seeing, unfortunately, many more of these days across the state. Otherwise, I have plenty of other lawyers who can handle IEP meetings and address other special education related questions. A couple of other quick points. NCSBA, I heard there was a question about relationship with NCSBA. We know that NCSBA very well. In fact, their current legal director and director of policy used to be a lawyer at our firm, as was the previous legal director and director of policy. We also actually serve as general counsel to NCSBA on legal issues. So longstanding relationship with that organization. And then just, I think, 2 more quick points. One was on fee structure. As Jason said, we're happy to, we're very content with the current arrangement and the current agreement. We're also happy to revisit it if the board, is interested in something else. What we have found over the past few years is that clients do seem to like and appreciate the fairness of the pay-as-you-go philosophy, that it's just an hourly rate, and if you can turn something around very quickly, that shouldn't cost very much money. If something takes longer, it costs more. And for that reason, we've tended to shy away, at least we don't proactively suggest these ideas of retainers that incorporate, sort of perks or benefits, trainings or board meeting coverage. My view is, and it's fine to do it that way, and a lot of lawyers do it that way, and again, if you're interested in a proposal along those lines, we can put one together. It's just generally our view has kind of come around to the view that it's a little much to ask clients to be looking at a bill and trying to figure out if something is fair, right? If it's you paid X thousand dollars for the month, but you're not getting an itemized invoice showing the number of hours worked, it may be, it's just harder to interpret whether you're getting good value that way, whereas you pay for the work performed and no more seems very straightforward and fair. So that's what we've tended towards, but again, we're open to other structures. And my last point, Jason, I thought did a great job summarizing our firm and our practice, is just to say a brief word about Jason. I mean, I think, in my view, you guys hit the lottery when you got Jason to start covering your meetings. I think he is as good as it gets for education law lawyers. I've worked with him for a long time, and I really think he's, has every skill that I would want for a school district if I were a board member or superintendent. He's kind of famous around the office for being the guy who never stresses out about anything. He's absolutely unflappable, very thoughtful and careful person. He stays in his lane at all times as a lawyer, and so I think you just really hit the jackpot with getting him as your point person. But again, all 20 of us are available at any time. And that's all I had to add. And Jason, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Walker, we'll start with you again. Do you have a question?
Pass for now, and if I have something, I'll add it again.
Mr. McManus?
Can I call you at 2 a.m. in the morning?
You can.
Okay.
Will you answer?
That's a
I've
follow-up
learned to
question.
answer the question that's asked.
Well,
It
you know, he
depends.
sends us stuff at midnight, so you know he's responsive to something.
I was called out of bed to join a board meeting closed session after about an hour after I'd gone to sleep. So thankfully, the partner at the meeting gave me 5 minutes to slap myself and wake up, and then I was on.
Question, just because we have gone through this a little bit, like, if we stay with you and you're the person we want, do we have a voice in that? Because in years past, I think it's kind of a, we're switching, I know certain circumstances are beyond our control, but.
Absolutely. I mean, we work at the pleasure of the board, and so do I. If the board, for some reason, not happy with my services, then that's something I would kick over to Neil and others to offer other coverage options. Absolutely. We work for
But
you.
what about the other way? If we, they say, well, we're going to move you, do we have a voice in that?
I would have to defer to Mr. Ramey, but, I believe, again,
Yes, absolutely. First, I don't foresee that happening as long as you're happy with Jason. I can't imagine why we would move him. But absolutely, as Jason said, if any concerns or questions at any time about the service we're providing, we're happy to. We just want to serve you as best we can. If that means getting someone else involved or making transitions in who's covering your meetings, we're happy to explore that at any time.
Okay. Ms. Mason?
I have no questions.
Ms. Patrick?
I'd like to pick up where Pete left off, because obviously I've been following the board for a couple of years, and you're the third attorney from Tharrington that we've had. So we've had a transition every time. And, how do where are you going to be in 2 years? Where are you going to be next year? That's a concern. It really is, because we have to get up to speed with every new attorney. Just because you're within this giant law firm, we have one person that we work with primarily. So how would you respond to that?
Well, I think a couple of things. So I'm the face of our firm for you, but even before I started as board attorney, I was working behind the scenes, whether it was on contract negotiations, assisting Colin with public records requests, and it's like that with some of our other attorneys in our firm too. So even though I'm the one here who's with you at board meetings and at policy and other committee meetings, there's an army of lawyers who are working on discrete issues, who are familiar at least with those issues, if not with others. The other benefit of our firm with the depth and breadth of experience is we can often save time. If there's something I don't know, I go to Neil or Carolyn or someone else. They are generally familiar with a number of the issues that have come up, where I've been able to bounce ideas off of them, and we're able to collaborate. I think in terms of me personally, I'm here for the long haul. Deborah, Ms. Stagner, was close to retirement. She's of counsel now with the firm. Colin is boxing his way across Europe somewhere at the moment, but I have kids and a mortgage, so I can't really do that. But I'm in a position where I'm here and I want to stay here.
Okay.
And if I could just add too that Deborah was started as an interim counsel, when Wayne Bullard left too. So that was, I think she ended up staying in that role for a while, and that worked out, great, I think. But I think her transition out was probably inevitable at some point, since she was interim for the first place. But as Jason said, we have no designs to pull Jason through meetings unless you want to change. We're happy to discuss that.
Okay, Ms. Graybill.
I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you answered your question.
No. I'm not being disrespectful, but the first firm that presented showed us their longevity of practice. Both of them were partners. They'd been at it a long time. And can you address coming in, you graduated law school in 2010, did I get that down right?
2013.
Pardon me?
2013.
And you started to practice law in 2013?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to talk about the white elephant in the room. It's been said that we have a conflict of interest with Tharrington Smith and the lawsuits that we have and the representation back and forth between what's ongoing and the insurance company and so on. So I'd like you to address that as well as you can in the setting. The conflict of interest. Do you believe there is one?
No, I don't. Now, I'm aware that this issue came up when Ms. Stagner was your board attorney, that there was an article in Port City Daily, and there was one particular community member He said there was a conflict because Ms. Stagner was serving as general counsel and defending you in your cases. There is no conflict under the North Carolina rules of professional conduct. There just simply is none.
Completely agree.
Sprayville?
No, I'm happy with Tharrington Smith, and I'm pretty well versed. I don't know if now would be a good time, or if it would be a better time when we discuss it, when we vote, on just, again, that there isn't probably one, or maybe the question would be, are there any of our senior staff that Tharrington Smith does not serve and answer questions for, or is it pretty much everybody uses you guys for some issue within their jurisdiction, the responsibility?
It's every area. Yes, ma'am.
Coming back, anything else, Ms. Sprayville?
No.
Bradford?
No, thank you.
I'm going to go back to my financial question again, and I did hear, for some reason, I could not hear the gentleman up there quite as well as I would like to, but there is a possibility of a retainer, and so if you could answer that same kind of question that I gave before, would there be a problem coming up with a retainer so we can look at the two of those? And also, travel time, I am corrected, when you're driving, is there an additional fee, or are you kind of ours while you're driving here? As far as I call you and ask you a question, which I do a lot.
No, those are good questions. I do get a lot of calls when I'm in the car because that's billed just like our other time. We are happy to put together a retainer proposal if that's something you'd like to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask Ms. Barnhart's question simply because since you're our general counsel, you really can't
Be
hold
an
that.
awkward position, yes, sir.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I follow up, Mr.
Yes,
LaVore,
ma'am.
on your question? So the reason you don't give a retainer because you feel like maybe it's better, more cost-effective to do the hourly rate? Is that why?
Yes, we found that in our practice, the pay-as-you-go model, as much or as little as you use us, you control that. We work when you call or when your staff call. We cover board meetings with retainer proposals. I'm sure Mr. Rainey can speak to that a little better than I can, but that's flat, and if you use it, great. If you don't, then as Brian said, sometimes you win or you lose. We don't really want that to be the case for any of our clients. You pay as you go.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any board members? Not, Mr. Weber? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And do we have both?
They're here somewhere. I think they came in.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we have our student here that we're supposed to talk to before. Do we just tell him?
Did I miss Vogel's presentation? I didn't see them.
They're here. I thought I saw them earlier.
I saw them when I came in, but I haven't seen them since.
Mr. Wondermark.
I think so. Peter, are we on break? Are we on a break?
No.
Mr. Chairman, are we on break? Are we on a break?
We're waiting for Vogel to come in.
But everybody left the
Break.
table.
All right, board. Come back, please, board, because Vogel is here.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, I was just trying to see where we're at.
He's in the private
Oh,
drops.
wait a minute. Give me 1 second, please. I'm going to give you 1 second. Welcome, if you just give 1 second, we have one board member that's out of the room. So no problem. All right. Go ahead. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair and members of the board and Dr. Faust. Thank you for having us. We are the Vogel Law Firm, or we go by Vogel. I am Jonathan Vogel. I'm joined by 3 other attorneys in the law firm. We have Leah Singh, Terry Wallace, and Jonathan Singh. And you'll hear from them shortly. We are a law firm that is based in Charlotte, but we represent clients all over North Carolina. In fact, have clients all over the country. The firm focuses on education law, and solely education law, in the areas of K through 12, higher education, and student loans. We are committed to the area of education law. We are passionate about education law. Students, families, student loan borrowers, and the like. We describe ourselves as a boutique law firm. What does that mean? What is a boutique law firm? A boutique law firm is a firm that solely focuses on one area of the law. There are boutique law firms in different areas of the law. There are firms that focus on criminal defense or family law, divorce, child support, and the like, and other areas. We're a boutique law firm, and we solely focus on education law. We don't believe there's another firm in North Carolina that is like us. We have 6 lawyers and 1 paralegal. And what we do is we represent our clients, including school boards, in a smarter way. We think it's a smarter way to represent school boards by combining experience and having a lower overhead. So, for example, we don't have a downtown Raleigh office building with high rent. We don't have an expensive marketing department. We don't have a billable hour requirement for our attorneys that provides some pressure on them. We don't have any pressure to have more and more school board clients. Those types of things are typical of kind of the big establishment law firms. As a boutique law firm, we can focus. We can focus on a smaller number of school board clients, and we can provide individualized attention. Those other things that are characteristic of an establishment law firm is not really, we think, the most appropriate way to represent a government agency like a school board. And that's because a school board needs to get the biggest bang for their buck, right? We understand the financial pressures that government agencies are under, including school boards, that is more pronounced these days maybe than in the past. We think school boards need, and what you're looking for, are the top-notch lawyers. And you'd like to see lawyers who have a lower overhead, and so that they can return the savings to the school board and to the taxpayers. And that's what we do. There's no sacrifice, though, in your attorney knowledge and experience. You're going to get top lawyers with years of education law experience, experience at the federal government level, experience at the state government level, experience representing school boards, including one of the largest school boards in the state, in the country. That's what you get with our law firm. That's what you get with a boutique law firm. You get the biggest bang for the buck. And school boards need individualized attention. School boards need lawyers who will meet with them, who will get to know them, get to know the superintendent, get to know the senior staff, get to know the school board chair and vice chair and school board members. That's what individualized attention is, and that's what we can give you. That's our business model. That's what a boutique law firm is. We represent fewer school boards. We're selective. We give you the individualized attention, and we have the capacity to do it. As a boutique law firm, we save you money because we can offer you a monthly retainer, an all-inclusive monthly retainer. What does that mean? It means that you have predictability. You know that there's a certain amount of money that is going to go toward your legal spend every month, and it includes virtually all legal services. And what that does is it gives you as board members, and it gives the superintendent and his staff peace of mind to know that if they need legal advice, if they need legal counsel, they can pick up the phone, they could send us an email, they could schedule a meeting, and they don't have to think, and they don't have to worry about whether that's going to be a billable time. It's all included. It encourages the superintendent and his staff and the board to reach out and seek the legal advice. And it's a low monthly retainer, and we can do that. We can save you thousands of dollars per month. The only thing that is outside the monthly retainer would be litigation or investigation work, kind of the higher stakes work that is unpredictable. We are very experienced attorneys. As you can see from our proposal that we submitted, and as you can see from the slide, you're looking at a team of lawyers who would represent the board and the school district, who have experience at the federal government level, which is very important considering the activity coming out of the U.S. Department of Education and the Office for Civil Rights regarding Title IX compliance, regarding gender identity issues, including in athletics. They're including issues that are coming out regarding IDEA, that is EC students. Very important to have that kind of federal government experience. And we have lawyers who have state government experience. We have a lawyer who served as the general counsel of DPI, Department of Public Instruction. That's the highest level. That's the highest legal position in North Carolina state government for education. So let me say a little bit about myself. I'll go first, and then I'll introduce the others to you and let them say a few words. I've been an attorney for about 28 years now. I have worked in the area of education law for the better part of 20 years. I have served at the United States Department of Education as the Deputy General Counsel. That's the second highest lawyer, education lawyer in the federal government, in a Office of General Counsel, essentially an education law firm of about 50 lawyers. I have served as an attorney in the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. as well, providing advice to the highest levels of civil rights lawyers for our federal government, including in the area of education law. I've also been a federal prosecutor with the United States Department of Justice, prosecuting fraud cases. I have represented education sector clients for many years in higher ed and K through 12 and in the area of student loans as well. Currently, I'm the board attorney for the Cabarrus County Board of Education, which is the 8th largest school district in the state, 35,000 students. I want to let you know that I would be your go-to, I would be your contact, I would be your board attorney, I would be the attorney who attends the board meetings and attends your agenda meetings and attends your policy meetings. And it won't change. It won't change. You will have one lawyer who's your go-to, who's your point of contact, who attends the meetings. I can tell you it won't change. I can promise you it won't change. That will be consistent throughout. I will also work with you on preparing for board meetings, setting the agenda with the chair and with the superintendent. I will be the superintendent's first phone call in virtually all areas and counsel the superintendent on issues like communications and student services. And I want to stop for a moment and talk about EC students and special education. Special education is an unbelievably important area for school districts. I probably don't have to tell you that. It is also a very litigious area. Most school boards will report that special education spend and the time for the attorneys ranks among the highest, if not the highest. Right? We are passionate about students. We are passionate about special education. And we have represented school boards and school districts in numerous special education matters. And we have a method to the way that we represent school districts when it comes to these types of matters. We take them very seriously. We examine the documents, the IEP documents, the prior written notices. We understand what happens, and then we speak to the people who were involved. We speak to the people who were in the IEP team. We ask them questions. We talk about the allegations that are in the petition, and we learn. We gather facts, and that enables us to give the school district and the school board the best advice, to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of the matter. And where do we go from there? We try to resolve these matters. And we try to resolve these matters in the best interest of the school board, because that's our client, and therefore it's in the best interest of the school district, and we do so in a way that respects the families and respects the EC students. It's not contentious. It is litigation, but the school board and the school district have a special mission to serve students. So we do it in a way that protects their dignity. We do it in a way that protects their rights as well. I want to introduce some of the team members and let them speak to you a little bit about their background and the types of things that they would work on with you. I'm going to start with Terry Wallace.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Dr. Faust. My name is Terry Wallace. Please forgive me, my voice may go out on me a little bit. My allergies have been acting up this week, so please forgive me. My area of focus would be Title IX and employment issues. And Title IX and employment compliance are two hot-button topics these days. Number one, they can be a substantial resource drain to school districts if you do not get in on the front end of an issue. I think Jonathan talked about this before. The role of the general counsel will be as a risk manager. That is basically looking at issues on the front end and looking at worst case scenarios and working backwards to make sure that we can avoid those situations, but also be prepared to litigate the matter if necessary. Litigation is expensive. It's going to drain time, it's going to drain resources, it's going to take away resources from the school district. And so having a firm that can step in, identify the issues, understand the culture of the district, and work with staff in an efficient manner so it doesn't waste time and money is essential. I can speak from experience. I just finished a Title IX lawsuit in federal court with a successful verdict for the district of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools back in January. This case has dragged on in litigation for 4 years. The issue has been going on for 7 years, and it's not over yet. They've appealed the case, it's in the Fourth Circuit, but that's just one area where you can see a substantial drain on resources. You want to make sure you have a team that comes in, understands the issues, and is able to deliver results. And I think having a firm our size and expertise is able to pivot, be nimble, and adjust is beneficial. I think I've spoken more than my 2 minutes, so I'll yield.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, Leah? Leah Sink.
Good afternoon. I'm Leah Sink. Thank you for the opportunity to let us come and speak with you. I know you've been hearing from lots of lawyers this afternoon, so we respect your time. It is our privilege to speak with you and just have the opportunity to share a little bit about ourselves. I have worked the past couple years as the board attorney jointly with Jonathan Sink, who also happens to be my husband, in Cleveland County, where we have served them in the entirety, where we've covered all areas of their legal needs, from bond forfeitures to EC issues to Title IX issues to working with their IT director and operations and finance and HR. The list goes on and on. As y'all well know, public education is complicated. There's a lot of matters, and so you do have to be nimble, to borrow Terry's word. And that's what we can provide. We pride ourselves on being responsive and building relationships. Truly enjoy getting to know people and having that rapport. And I think when you have that rapport, you can then figure out what is the ultimate goal, what's a creative solution to help solve these various issues that may arise for the school system. So I look forward to working with the various teams in New Hanover as well, if we are afforded the opportunity. Jonathan Vogel and I have had the opportunity to work together in Cabarrus County. I kind of play, I like to say, second fiddle to him on some of the EC matters there. When a due process petition is filed, to come along and support him in helping navigate that process. And some of my favorite roles, having extensive experience in alternative dispute resolution, is a focus in mediation, that if there's an opportunity to mediate a matter, I love mediation, it can oftentimes save the school district stress, money, drain on teachers, and like I said, come up with creative solutions that works, that protects us. We don't bend, but we can have good communication and find creative solutions. So I've probably reached my 2 minutes as well, but I look forward to answering any questions y'all might have down the road.
Thank you, Leah. Let me just say that Leah is a certified mediator. I mean, this is her focus. This is her passion, is to resolve these matters, and she's been an unbelievably important part of the solution in resolving EC matters and others for our school board clients. And I'll say that Terry, who you heard from, is the go-to litigation attorney for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. His Title IX trial victory in January received a lot of press attention, and is perhaps the most prominent litigation victory that Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools has had in decades. Terry Wallace is just a standout education litigation attorney in North Carolina and frankly nationally. I want to now turn the podium over for a few minutes to the former General Counsel of the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction, Jonathan Sink.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you to all of you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the board, for carving out time to hear 3 legal presentations this afternoon. We are grateful to be in front of you presenting today. If you would have told me in 2008 or 2009 that I would be going into school law back when I was still in law school, I would have just blown a gasket. I didn't know what that was. It was not a real thing to me. I was going to go through and be a real estate attorney or something. In fact, at the time, I was getting my real estate license, which has served me well in this role with some real estate and finance issues that come up, disposition, acquisition of property. But I did. It was the end of the world economically, and that's what was out there. And I was doing my first day at Outback Steakhouse, making money during law school, and I got a call from Andre Mays at Charmex Schools, which was the largest school system in the state at that time. George Battle was about to come in and lead as general counsel. Andre was interim. Andre taught me the vast bulk of what I know about special education law, Section 504 matters, OCR, which those are kind of my go-to things. And on top of that, I've learned the finance. I have learned the construction. Bond forfeiture is her language, but I'm learning that through her. It was Japanese to me at first. But I spent 8 years with in-house in the largest school system at the time before Wake County passed them. And sure enough, Terry Wallace was in there litigating away and on the phone, settling cases when he could save the district money. So that's how I got my start. From 09 to 16, I was practicing law. It was trial by fire. I think it was a hazing process at first. They put me on truancy cases, and I proved that I could handle those. And then eventually, by the spring of 2015, I was getting to do the trials in court that we just didn't want to settle because the cost savings didn't make sense. We'd sell them when it made sense, but then, like these guys have talked about, and Leah, you go to the mat, you go to trial if you have to, and it makes financial sense for your fiduciary, for the board. So that's where I come from. Jonathan did mention that I had a stint, feels like a past life, a few years ago in Raleigh, a whirlwind of gigs up there, but among which I was the superintendent's general counsel, Mark Johnson at the time. It was a great run there, and eventually just had to choose family and come back home. And so learn the ins and outs of that building, what goes on behind the due process complaint when it comes in, who is talking about what, and how can this get resolved more quickly as opposed to fighting blindly. That was the big thing that I learned as the GC in Raleigh with DPI. Leah mentioned we do serve a top 25 SAS school system today. Terry's still doing work for Charmex schools. You're with Cabarrus. So we have the capacity to handle New Hanover. We love New Hanover. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. That was great, and I'm glad you had the opportunity to meet the team that would represent the school board and the school district. Let me turn now to our slide that tells you that we are proactive, we are responsive, and respectful, and tell you what that means. Our approach toward representing school boards and school districts, we think, differentiates us from the other firms. We are proactive, we think about compliance, right? So we don't just react, it's not just putting out fires. And when I talk about being proactive as a law firm, we're not just talking about formal trainings. We're talking about conversations. We're talking about, regularly scheduled meetings where we can share with the superintendent and the staff what we're seeing in the education legal environment. I mean, this is all we do, remember. All we do is education law, our firm. But even more than sharing what we're seeing is listening to you, listening to the staff about what's going on, what issues are percolating, what trends they're seeing, what questions they have. To have an opportunity for a regularly scheduled meeting or phone call or video call, whatever it is, provides us an opportunity to give you proactive legal advice. And it's all included in the monthly retainer. So there's no concern about, oh gosh, it's another meeting, it's another phone call, it's going to cost us a fortune. It's all included in the low monthly retainer. But being responsive is also a very important part of the job, all right? And that's why we have a graphic up there of a phone, a late night phone call. Are you around? Yes, we're around. We understand the nature of the job. We understand the nature of school boards and school districts. Emergencies happen. You need advice. You need direction. And you can call us 24/7. Okay? You'll have my cell phone number. You'll have all of our cell phone numbers. All right? Contact us. Terry will be your go-to for human resources issues, employment law issues, and for Title IX issues. He's the preeminent Title IX lawyer. I'll be your go-to for everything else. Contact us. We're your first call. We will be responsive. We will take the call. We will get back to you. We will look into it right away. I mentioned how we're responsive when it comes to the receipt of due process petitions for EC cases and Office for Civil Rights inquiries and investigations. We get right on that. Those are high-stakes, important matters, okay, that deserve immediate attention. We're not just saying it. This is what we do. There has been a rise in the number of EC cases, EC due process petitions. I think it's a function of parents having observed more during the pandemic and asking more questions and maybe being a little bit more confrontational and looking up and, hey, they have rights. That's okay. It could be a function of certain attorneys, frankly, who represent families and are drumming up business. Yeah, that may or may not be all right, but it's the reality. Okay, and we have handled, many EC cases and OCR investigations and handled them quickly and successfully. We always look to resolve these matters amicably, in the best interest of the school board and the school district, but in a way that respects the families and the students. Let me just talk about that for a second. I'll speak for myself, before I represented school boards and school districts, I represented public school families. Okay? I was the lawyer who was getting the phone call from a mother who just walked out of an IEP meeting crying. Crying because she didn't think she was respected. Crying because she didn't think she was heard. Crying because the school had 6 people at the meeting and she was one and she felt outgunned and didn't feel good about it. I got those phone calls. I understand where EC parents are coming from. EC parents have been through a lot. Oftentimes they're looking to blame someone, and the school district ends up being a convenient target. That's not right, but I understand where they're coming from because I've had those calls. They want to be heard. What I've done with our school board clients is explain to them that it's a matter of communication. It's a matter of, interpersonal skills. Listen to the families sincerely, with respect, and treat them with dignity, and you will find that they will appreciate it. And they won't go to OCR, and they won't file the due process petition. They'll work with you. So now, on this side, representing school boards and school districts, as I do and as we do, we keep that in mind. We represent the best interests of the school board and the school district. The board is our client. That's not debatable. But we do it in a way that respects the students and the parents. And let me say something. Outside of EC, or even within EC, in the work that we do, in the advice that we give you, in the area of employment law, let's say, that Terry would head up for you, and in everything we do, we also respect the educators and the staff because they have rights. We understand that. In the way that we do our work, we do it with respect and dignity. All right, numbers. This is very important because we distinguish ourselves by providing you cost savings, by providing you a great deal, the bigger bang for the buck. What we offer to you is a monthly retainer that includes all legal services except for litigation and investigation work, which we charge on the hourly rate. Over the years, your legal spend has gone up and continues to go up. I received this information in a public records request, so I received it from your school district and was able to add up the legal spend. And what we saw in fiscal year 2021 were payments to outside law firms of over $264,000, and you had an in-house counsel. So if you throw in that in-house counsel's salary and benefits, your legal spend was probably over $400,000 that year. You switched to using an outside law firm only, and your legal spend was still extremely high at over $320,000 in fiscal year 2022. While fiscal year 2023 is not over, we received the invoices for a little bit more than half of the year. And at the rate that the invoices are going, this current year that you're in, you'd be projected to have a legal spend of over $370,000. With us, you will have a monthly retainer that will get you at, let's say, $270,000, and we estimate that with hourly billing of litigation that you have, that might be another $30,000 to get you at a $300,000 a year legal spend. If the litigation is a little bit more than we anticipate, then that number might be a little bit higher, somewhere in the very low $300,000 range. But we're going to save you thousands of dollars, maybe tens of thousands of dollars. And we can do that again because we're a boutique firm. We just don't have the high overhead. It's just not the smart way to do things. We do things in a smarter, more efficient way that returns the savings to you. And in this day and age of cutting back and being careful, it's just a smarter way for government agencies generally, especially during this time. So you might ask, what's really included in that monthly retainer? Is it really all inclusive? You say, Jonathan, Your office is in Charlotte. You're gonna charge us to travel to our board meetings? No. No, we're not. It's included. We're not going to charge you. We're not going to charge you for travel time for any matter that's within the monthly retainer. And everything that we do is included within that low monthly retainer, other than litigation or a government investigation matter, like an OCR investigation. Everything's included. All the phone calls, all the emails about every issue with board members, with the superintendent, with the staff. We'll handle a lot of meetings on the phone. We'll have video calls. Sometimes you'll want us to come here in person, and we'll come. Obviously, for board meetings and the like, I'll be here every time. And again, no extra charge for travel. It's all included. We could do that. That's what distinguishes us. That concludes our presentation. We welcome any questions that you have.
We'll start with Ms. Walker for a change.
Okay, it's me. Thank you for coming. I had a question. You are the lead counsel for Cabarrus
Yes.
County Schools?
Yeah, we have two lawyers, actually, me and a local lawyer who's there in Concord.
I did notice that they were taking bids. Did you plan on rebidding, or is that a different service you provide?
Yeah, we have bid, and we hope to be selected.
Other meetings tonight. Were you gonna do it at a separate time than tonight? I noticed that they had one tonight.
Right, we hope to be selected and not other firms. That's still to be decided.
I had one more question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. So how many years do you have in special education experience between?
Between all of us? Oh, goodness, a whole lot. You know, speaking for myself, probably 6 years of special education experience. Leah, Terry, Johnson, want to come on up here?
11 for me.
I have two years of special ed experience.
You done?
I might follow up after, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. I mean, when you all are all done.
Yeah, Mr. McManus.
Thank you. This table represents, in addition to the board, our assistant superintendents and directors. And they're the ones that are going to be calling on a regular basis, sometimes maybe more than once a day and maybe multiples per day. Do you think you can handle that? And then also at 2 a.m. in the morning?
I know we can handle that. And I tell you why I know. Because we do it. We do it. We're the board attorney for Cabarrus County Schools, 8th largest school district, 35,000 students. We're the board attorney for Cleveland County Schools, a top 25 sized school district. Terry's a go-to person for Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools for their most sensitive issues, including their most sensitive litigation issues. So I can tell you that we do have the capacity. Look at us. Look at the four of us here. I mean, you don't need more than 4 lawyers to provide top-notch service to the school board and the school district. This is a team. This is a dream team that you've got here, and we've done it. We've done it before, and we would do it for you. We have the capacity. We have more than the capacity. Thank you.
Mr. McManus, I'm going to ask Ms. Barnhart's question and then my own. In regards to sports, how do you interpret Title IX law in regards to sports? And would you be confident to defend a school system that supports biological separated sports?
Oh, yeah. Title IX and Title IX sports is a very important issue right now and evolving. I'm going to ask Terry Wallace to step in and address that. He's going to be our lead on Title IX issues. He's the preeminent Title IX lawyer in the state.
So the law, Title IX, given the specific issue, is very fluid. The Fourth Circuit has come down a certain way. The department has passed some, excuse me, there's some proposed Title IX regulations that would prohibit a blanket policy of that nature. And I know the House has passed it, and the Senate has passed similar bills that are in line with your question. And so it's something that we're keeping our eye on. Obviously, one way of looking at it, there's going to be an argument that a policy that blanket prohibits constitutes discrimination. And so what the courts are going to be looking for is there a rational basis for this particular policy. So it depends on the details. Are you looking at the age of the students, the sport, anything particular about the situation? I think the policy has to be tailored to the end goal. It just can't be a blanket policy for no reason. But like I said, the law was fluid, the Fourth Circuit has spoken, our legislature is about to speak on it, and there's some proposed regulations that are speaking on it. So it's something that we have to kind of keep our eye on, find out what the board's goals are, and make sure that those goals don't run afoul of the law. We want to work within the law and make sure that we're being fair to our students and our community at the same time.
Great, thank you. Well, my question, and I think you might as well stay there because it's probably going to be his area again. Examples of lawsuits that you have handled successfully pertaining to educational law.
So I just had I've had 3 Title IX lawsuits with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District. One settled, one has gotten voluntarily dismissed, and another, which I talked about earlier, we just finished a jury trial in January with a successful verdict for the school district. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Doe versus Fairfax County case. It's a case that the Fourth Circuit decided about 2 years ago in which they reversed a motion to dismiss where the school district had gotten out of a Title IX case. And there's some language in that case that judges are paying close attention to. And so what we've seen, at least in the jury instructions for the case that I just tried, lawyers are basically trying to have this Title IX theory under 2 different theories: deliberate indifference and a pre-notice theory. Meaning if you've got students who have engaged in sexual misconduct, you can draw a line showing that your failure to handle those student situations somehow caused a situation a year or 2 down the line. That's a separate theory that courts are now latching on to. Before, in the Fourth Circuit, the law was if the school district gets notice of a claim, they are deliberately indifferent to it, and that somehow causes harm to a student. That was the theory. Now the theories have expanded. And so in the case that I just got finished trying, the jury was instructed on both of those theories. And these theories are alive in other circuits, Ninth Circuit, Sixth Circuit. This is the first time I've seen it in a Fourth Circuit case. And so we felt like going in, we had our hands tied behind our back because more evidence gets to come in. We were able to navigate that and learn some lessons from it. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned from that lawsuit. As I said, it's been going on for about 4 years, and it's on appeal now. So I would consider that a success for the school district.
Terry's just an incredible litigator. I want to go back to a point from the prior question that you asked Terry about, can we represent the board that has a view like that? The answer, to the extent that Terry didn't say it, is yes. Of course it is. And right now, as he said, the law is fluid. The law is evolving. And so there are proposed regulations, and there's proposed legislation in the state government, and there are court cases, and of course you have a board policy that goes into effect next school year regarding middle school sports. We've been watching your board meetings and learning what your priorities are. And so we take our marching orders from you as far as policy goes and where you want to go, and then we give you the best legal advice that we can, telling you what the strengths of that legal position are, the weaknesses of that legal position, and then we let you decide, where you want to go with it. So absolutely, we represent you every step of the way, giving you advice. If something goes to court, we're there for you. We're winners.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.
Mine is, you've already started to answer it. How much do you know about our district, the different things that have happened within our district, and how smoothly do you think you could transition into this situation?
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we know about your district. Like I said, we've been watching your school board meetings, and so we know what the interesting issues are. We know that decision by the board regarding middle school athletics and students who choose a team based on gender identity was a hotly contested and discussed and debated issue, and a new board policy goes into effect in the fall. We're aware that very recently you have discussed and perhaps we'll take up again soon the idea of a book review committee that includes members of the community. So we follow what you do, and we would be very excited to work with you, to advise you, to tell you some things that you maybe don't want to hear, to let you know, where the law stands as far as how the courts are interpreting it, to let you know where the law stands as far as where the federal agencies are interpreting it, to give you our advice, right? Not just to say it's this and it's this, you're on your own, but to give you our advice of where you might want to go. As far as a transition, transitions are fortunately seamless. The law firms that practice in this area, including your current law firm, are professional. And what we've done in the past is we have a phone call or two or three. We go over the matters that are currently pending to talk about, this is happening, this is either, in litigation or, might be in litigation, or is just an issue that we've been dealing with a whole lot. We'll talk about the history, here are some things that have gone on in the recent past and how we've handled it and who the go-to people are. And so we will take the time, and we're confident that should you make a transition, that your current law firm would be very professional in doing that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let me start with the first one. I was a part of the group that looked at this first, and there was a question about insurance, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but can your insurance information, can it be higher? I guess is the layman's way of saying, I think there was a requirement that it be maybe in the $2 million range, and yours was either a typo or whatever. Is that a problem?
No. We are fully insured, and we have supplemented our application. We have professional liability insurance up to the $1 million level, which is what you requested, and that is standard. And we now have general liability insurance up to the $2 million level, which is what you requested. And you requested to make sure that we have that general liability insurance before we would begin work for you. Of course, we haven't yet been hired. We hope to be. But we have already secured that insurance policy. Other school boards haven't asked for a general liability insurance policy, but we have secured that. And we have submitted it. So it's been submitted.
I'm not done. I spent last night looking at your qualifications, and I must say I'm impressed. And I added up the numbers that you had up there. You have 89 years among the four of you of experience in education law. That's fairly impressive for a boutique law firm. How would you answer the question that you are, some law firms have been 100 years in existence. Yours has been, since 2018? I can't remember.
Right.
But how would you answer the question that you're the new kid on the block, keeping in mind that you were at the U.S. Department of Education, you were at the U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights, you were at the U.S. House of Representatives as a counsel to the Judiciary Committee, you were a U.S. federal prosecutor in Charlotte, general counsel for Strategic Education, Inc., partner at McGuire Woods for 5 years, partner at Denton's for a year and a half. How would you answer that question about being the new kid on the block, your firm?
We love being the new kid on the block as a firm because we are offering school boards an alternative. We are offering school boards a different and smarter way to have legal representation. We are flexible. We don't go through a bureaucratic approval process. We are not pressured to have a certain number of billable hours or pressured to bring in more clients. We don't have 24 school board clients that are distracting us. We are focused. We are selective with the school board clients that we work for, and we give you the individualized attention. So we embrace being the new kid on the block and having a business model, if you want to call it, that differs from the establishment law firms. Yet you're getting lawyers who have been around for a while and have, as you very kindly described, very unique and important experience at both the federal level and the state level, something that you won't see at other law firms. So you get the lawyers with terrific experience in government and with private law firms, some of the biggest private law firms, and who represent big-time school districts and school boards right now, and you get them in a way that can deliver the individualized attention that we think the establishment law firms can't. That's something that's special about us. That differentiates us from others.
Well, let's go to Ms. Spruill and come back.
Okay.
Thank you for being here today and driving all the way from Charlotte. I have a couple questions around experience. I know that Ms. Bradford read a lot of your experience, but most of that has not been education law. And I was reading in your bios, and it said that you decided to launch an education law firm because you saw a need for it. And when I was looking online, it looked like that only happened since 2019. So I'm a little concerned about the length of experience, but I'm in education law. But what I'm getting to with the question on that is, so is Vogel Law, are you a merger company? Because I know that Mr. Wallace has his own law firm, the Sinks have their own law firm, you have your own law firm, managing all different kinds of other areas, like, you know, Mr. Wallace manages, you know, personal liability claims and, you know, injury and fraud, and that to me is not education related. So I'm wondering how you're going to be able to have all of you guys having your own individual law companies, firms, representing other people in your other specialties, and still be able to dedicate the time to us.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have many years of education law experience. Speaking for myself, it goes back 20 years. I was the second highest ranking lawyer at the United States Department of Education. I was the Department of Education's Deputy General Counsel. In the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice, I was counseling the lawyers, and I was working with the lawyers of the Educational Opportunities section. In private practice, I was representing education clients. Before representing school districts, I was representing public school families. And you heard my colleagues have years and years. Jonathan Sink and Terry Wallace worked in the legal department of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools for many years, and Terry now represents Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools now that he's outside of the legal department. And Jonathan Sink, you heard, was the general counsel of the Department of Public Education, public instruction. So we have many years of education law experience. It's not just 3 or 4 years since I launched Vogel Law Firm. Vogel Law Firm, as a boutique law firm, is different. You're right that the Sink has its own law firm and Wallace has its own law firm. So what we are is not a merger law firm, as you called it. We are a real, genuine law firm, all right? And whether a law firm has attorneys who are, you know, getting a W-2 at tax time or getting a 1099 at tax time doesn't matter. I worked for one of the biggest law firms in the country, maybe the second biggest law firm in North Carolina, called McGuire Woods. McGuire Woods had attorneys who were employees, W-2s, had employees who were contract lawyers, at tax time got 1099s. They're all attorneys of McGuire Woods. And these are all attorneys of Vogel Law Firm. And these are all attorneys who are committed to representing the school board and the school district. We have lots of capacity, lots of time, and we would greatly welcome the opportunity.
Scribble, do you have a second question?
I do. So there's actually two. So I was hoping to invoke the Pat Bradford rule and get in two questions instead of one. But the first question was back to Ms. Walker's question. The Cabarrus School Board is looking at a new attorney tonight, and so I was curious as to, most of the time you're not looking for new attorneys unless you are seeking something that you're missing. So I was wondering if you could speak to that. On their agenda tonight, you know, you guys aren't on it, only the other two companies. So could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. Well, we've done a wonderful job representing Cabarrus, and we are confident that Cabarrus won't choose one of those other law firms, and we still hope to be chosen to continue to represent Cabarrus. We've had nothing but success representing Cabarrus County Board of Education, and it's been a phenomenal experience. Now, you know, they're considering other law firms. You're considering other law firms. That's fine. That's a public process and part of the RFP, and, you know, and the board will ultimately decide. But we still remain confident and optimistic that we will be Cabarrus's law firm going forward.
Okay. So that one question was, so I'm looking at an article here where you, Mr. Vogel, had weighed in with Charlotte Mecklenburg about their controversial student survey on gender identity. But you were representing Cabarrus at the time, but weighing in on Charlotte Mecklenburg? And tell me about that a little bit.
I don't think I was representing Cabarrus at the time.
No, I don't know. I was just asking.
No.
Were you representing? Because it said that you were on TV talking about that.
Yeah, was not representing Cabarrus at the time.
Okay. But could you talk about that situation a little bit?
Can I talk about that situation? Yeah, I think, as I recall, several years ago, Charlotte Mecklenburg put out a survey that went to fifth graders, among others, asking them about their gender, asking if they had a gender identity and a sexual orientation, and giving them 6 choices, pansexual, asexual, and various things for 10-year-old fifth graders. And there was an uproar in the community about whether that was an appropriate thing to do, especially without giving notice to the parents for an opportunity for their 10-year-olds to opt out of that. That was an issue, and it was controversial. Ultimately, the then superintendent of Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools admitted that it was wrong. It was a horrible decision. He said so. And he assigned his, I think, Human Resources office to look into who was responsible for that decision.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bradford.
One thing that this school administration does is different departments all have a burning issue at exactly the same time. As many as 6 different, oh my gosh, my house is on fire, at the same time. How could the 4 of you handle 6 different crises on the very same day?
Yeah, we do it. We do it all the time. We get the multiple phone calls all the time. How do we do it? We would intake, and we would decide who should do it, who's best equipped to handle it, and we will, work very hard, and we will work late hours when we have to, and we will drop other things that we're working on that aren't urgent to handle your 3, 4, 5, 6 urgent matters that you're calling us about in a single day. We have the capacity to do it, and we've done it before for our school board clients.
Okay. And did I hear you say you have been watching our board meetings?
Yeah. I watch your board meetings. I tune in, if not live, then I watch it afterwards, and to see how you interact and to see the issues that you're grappling with, and to get a feel. I watch other school board meetings of other counties to kind of get a feel for the issues that are happening across the state in different school boards.
We don't scare you.
You don't scare. No, they're fun. They're interesting. It's important. These are important issues. You're debating important issues, as are other school boards, and sometimes you have wide agreement, and sometimes you don't. But that's democracy, and democracy sometimes is a little ugly, but it's better than the alternative. So discuss things, debate things, agree, disagree, vote, and monitor, and move on, and discuss it, and vote again later if you need to.
Ms. Mason.
You said you work with a few different schools. How many districts do you currently work with? Really?
Right. Cabarrus County Schools, Cleveland County Schools, Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McManus.
No more questions.
I did have a couple more, if you don't mind, sir. I guess I wanted to ask you a little bit about how many years' experience do you have with the bonds and forfeitures, and how much have you recovered for your clients?
Very good.
During my time with Cleveland County Schools, I have exclusively handled the bond forfeitures in that district, and we get our notices and respond appropriately. For an exact number, I'd probably have to go check with our finance director, but I can say that it has covered our salary 4 times in what we've been able to recover.
Love to see that number, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
I have one follow-up to that, Cleveland County. What is the student population in Cleveland County?
14,000 students, about 2,000 staff, yes ma'am. I understand y'all are over 25,000 students, 3,000 staff, so a bit bigger, but not out of the same ballpark.
Any additional questions?
I think Cabarrus County Schools is about 35,000 students, and if I'm not mistaken, Charlotte Mecklenburg might be over 140,000 students. second biggest to only Wake County.
So a follow-up to that is, Mr. Wallace, are you outside counsel, are you lead counsel, what do you do with Charlotte?
So I do some of their litigation. They have an in-house legal department, and they
Okay.
can farm out work to other firms, and one of the firms that they.
You just, yeah, okay. So you're not like the lead?
No, they have a general counsel and a deputy general counsel and in-house staff. But because of the size of the organization, they farm out litigation and to law firms.
Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Vogel, you said, I think it was on your LinkedIn profile, as a U.S. federal prosecutor in Charlotte, it was an interesting thing that you said. You said you got a guilty verdict in every case that you took to trial. Can you
I did.
speak to that?
Yeah, I won every case that I took to trial and received, advocated for and received sentences for those federal criminal defendants, sentences that were tough, that were firm, but that were fair. As a federal prosecutor, one wields a lot of power. You know, a federal criminal case and many state criminal cases begin in presenting a case to a grand jury, people in a private room, and you tell them why this was a crime. There's a lower standard, and then the grand jury issues the indictment. So the duty to even come to the grand jury and talk to them about a particular matter and seek an indictment is a pretty big deal. It's pretty powerful because you're about to change someone's life or some business's life forever. When a case comes to trial, the job of the prosecutor is to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I successfully did that in every case I took to trial. And then the next step is sentencing, the sentencing phase. While some prosecutors think that the job is to put someone away for as much time as possible and to gloat about it, that was never my approach. It never would be my approach. You want a sentence that is firm but fair.
Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, Ms. Grable, I'm sorry.
Yes, so I liked when one of the questions that you answered that you, Mr. Wallace had said, well, of course, we're going to work within the law, whether we agree, with that or not, we're going to take that. So I was just wondering, in the school districts that you all are counseling, where do they stand with the calendar law?
With the calendar law? So, let me say that, as I think I noted, the decisions, the policy decisions, are left to you, the board. What we have done with our other school boards, and I think Cabarrus is doing an early start, and Cleveland County is doing an early start, which are contrary to the letter of the law. Charlotte-Mecklenburg is not doing an early start. So what we will do, and what we have done, is provide you thorough, confidential legal advice. What the law says, and what the strengths and weaknesses are of the position that you as board members are advocating, what we think you should do, and then we turn it over to you to make the final decision. And that's what we've done with the boards that we represent, and that's what we would do for you. We're not going to make your decisions for you, but we're going to work very hard to give you the best legal advice and give you our recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? If not, we want to thank you very much for coming in today, and again, we'll be deciding that very important decision next week. So,
Thank you very much for your time.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are way behind, so I apologize for that. At this point, I would entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-31811. A1, 3, 6, and 8 to consider personnel matters and to maintain confidentiality of personnel records under NCGS 115C-319 through 21, and to prevent disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Education Act and Privacy Act of 20 U.S.C. 1232G, and prevent premature disclosure of scholarship award, prevent disclosure of student educational records and personal identifiable information rendered confidential under the Family Education Educational Act and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1232G, formulate plans related to emergency response to school safety and consult with the board's attorney and preserve attorney-client privilege, including the cases captioned John Doe 1 through 14 versus New Hanover County School Board et al., 19 CVS 2745, and Jane Doe's 1-2 versus New Hanover County Board of Education et al., 20 CVS 1395, and Jane Doe 3 versus New Hanover County School Board et al., 21 CVS 4707, consolidated matters. We have a motion from Ms. Bradford. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Mason. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. We are in closed session.
Oh, God.
We're back in open session. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes. Are you good, Ms. Crable, also?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
To adjourn?
good to leave, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that passes 6-0. Thank you for your time today. Have a great rest of your day.
Again.
Oh, we'll see.
Well, that's nice.
And I will be here tomorrow.
We will see.
Same
You'll
bad
be here
time,
tomorrow?
same bad channel.
Know what you said?